Spanning from the 7th to 9th centuries, the Tibetan Empire grew from a collection of hill tribes into a vast imperial realm, stretching from the plains of Mongolia to the frontiers of Persia, and from the steppes of Central Asia to the jungles of Bengal. How did a once isolated people of the plateau come to challenge the giants of Asia? The story of Tibet's imperial rise and fall is one of shrewd leadership, fierce warfare, and profound societal change. Ambitious kings like Songtsen Gampo unified the land and reached out to neighbors through both sword and diplomacy. Their descendants expanded the empire's frontiers across formidable Himalayan barriers and deep into the Silk Road routes of the Tarim Basin. At its height, Lhasa's imperial court treated with China's emperors as equals and commemorated peace treaties by carving them into stone. Within Tibet, a parallel conquest was underway, the introduction of Buddhism and a written language which would forever change Tibetan culture and identity. And yet, as with so many empires, Tibet's golden age carried the seeds of its decline. Court intrigues, religious strife, and internal pressures unraveled that unity painstakingly built over generations. How did it all happen? The rise and fall, That's what we're here for. Let's talk about the Tibetan Empire today, shall we? Let me welcome you to the channel first. I am the guy. We're going to spend the next hour together learning everything about old Tibet. Let me first thank the supporters for keeping everything ad-free across the entire archive here on YouTube. That is the Patreon members, the YouTube members, the donators, and of course those who check out the merch store. It all helps us keep the lights on, so thank you very much to them. Links are in the pinned comment and the video description if you feel inclined to check them out. And also, you can help us out by just liking, subscribing, and leaving a comment. It helps with the algorithm. You know how it is. So, that being said, let's get on with the history. The Tibetan Empire's roots lie in the Yarlung Valley of central Tibet, where a dynasty of chieftains began asserting their power in the early 7th century. The Yarlung dynasty had long ruled a small kingdom, but under King Namri Songtsen, also known as Namri Longtsan, it started to expand aggressively. Namri Songtsen subjugated neighboring clans one by one, even besieging the kingdom of Sumba to the north, and gained control over the central plateau of what is now Lhasa. His nascent state, referred to in later sources as Bod, the origin name of Tibet, by the way, caught the attention of powerful neighbors. In 608 and 609, Namri Songtsen's court sent envoys to the imperial Chinese court, which was at the time under the Sui dynasty, marking Tibet's first appearance on the international stage. However, Namri Songtsen's ambitions were cut short by his assassination around 618. Poisoned by unknown conspirators, he left his teenage son to inherit a growing but fragile realm. Now that son was quite important. Songtsen Gampo was his name, destined to be remembered as the founder of the Tibetan Empire. Songtsen Gampo assumed the throne, traditionally set at age 13, amid domestic unrest. He reportedly had to quash a rebellion sparked by his father's killers before securing his rule. Once he was in power, he proved to be both a formidable warrior and a savvy diplomat. Early Tibetan and Chinese annals depict him as expanding his domain beyond the Yarlung heartland, conquering rival states, and unifying the high plateau. He moved his capital to the site of Lhasa, establishing a fortified palace on Red Mountain, which is, by the way, the precursor to Patala Palace. Under Songtsen's reign, the Tibetans began to see themselves as an imperial people. This era saw the creation of the Tibetan script by the king's minister, Thonmi Sambota, who is said to have traveled to India and devised a writing system to translate Buddhist scriptures. By adapting an Indian script, Songtsen Gampo gave Tibet its first written language, and a tool for administration and record-keeping, a critical step in the building of any civilization. Songtsen Gampo's imperial drive also led him into foreign alliances and conflicts. Determined to secure his kingdom's status, he turned to the time-honored strategy of marrying into neighboring royal families. He maintained at least 6 consorts, 4 of them Tibetan noblewomen and 2 of them foreign princesses. The most famous was Princess Birkuti Devi from Nepal and Princess Wencheng from China, marriages that became legendary in Tibetan lore. According to both Tibetan and Chinese records, Songtsen Gampo sought a marriage alliance with China soon after coming to power. In 634, he sent envoys requesting a Chinese princess, but the Tang court initially rebuffed the upstart Tibetan king. Songtsen responded with force. He attacked the Tang's western frontier, first crushing the Tuyuhun kingdom or the Aja kingdom on the Tibet-China trade routes, and then advancing toward Chinese territory. Tibetan sources claim that he fielded an army of 100,000. Chinese sources put it at double that. In any case, it's a formidable host. Facing this threat, Emperor Taizong of Tang reconsidered. And so, in 640, Princess Wencheng departed China for Lhasa, becoming Songtsen Gampo's bride a year later. Contemporary Tang annals grudgingly note that the marriage was granted only after Tibet's military pressure, while Tibetan chronicles emphasize it as a diplomatic triumph. This 641 marriage cemented a peace treaty and symbolized Tibet's arrival as an equal player on the regional stage. Meanwhile, Songtsen Gampo was expanding Tibet's domain in all directions. One dramatic episode involving Jiangzhong, an ancient kingdom in western Tibet, around today's Mount Kailash region. Songtsen first forged kinship with Jiangzhong by giving his sister, Princess Sadmarka, to the Jiangzhong king in marriage. But when the Jiangzhong ruler mistreated her and refused to consummate the union, the princess reportedly conspired with her brother to bring Jiangzhong under Tibetan control. The Tibetans invaded, and by 645, Jiangzhong was conquered and annexed. Some sources suggest that this annexation may have been completed later, even as late as Trisong Detsen's reign a century later, but the Chinese Tang records clearly imply that it was accomplished under Songtsen Gampo's leadership. Thus, by the mid-7th century, the Tibetan Empire stretched west into the upper Indus regions, north to the steppe fringes, and was pressing against China's western borders. But for all of his conquests, Songtsen Gampo is mainly credited with introducing Buddhism to Tibet, albeit in a nascent form. His Napoleon Chinese queens were devout Buddhists and brought with them sacred images of the Buddha, inspiring the founding of Tibet's first Buddhist temples. Under Songtsen's patronage, the Jokang Temple was built in Lhasa to house a Buddha image brought by Princess Wencheng, and another temple, Ramoche, for an image brought by Princess Birkuti. These acts earned Songtsen Gampo the later title of Dharma King, yet contemporary evidence suggests that the king's personal commitment to Buddhism was somewhat limited. Notably, when Songtsen Gampo died in 650, he was buried according to the ancient royal funerary rites, complete with sacrificial riches and rituals, rather than in a Buddhist fashion. Well, this hints that the court and populace still largely followed the indigenous religious practice, often labeled Bon or shamanic traditions, during his reign. Nevertheless, the foundations were laid for Tibet's later conversion. Buddhism had gained a foothold, and it was at the highest levels of society. Songtsen Gampo's nearly 4-decade reign ended in 649 with his death, an event recorded in both the Old Tibetan Annals and Chinese chronicles. His heir, a grandson, was only an infant, Trimang Lom, so real power fell to the late king's capable minister, Gar Tsongtsen. This initiated a recurring pattern in Tibetan imperial history. Strong kings would alternate with periods of regency by powerful noble clans whenever a child ascended the throne. In fact, right after Songtsen's passing, Tibet faced external and internal challenges. Sensing an opening, the Tang Chinese launched a punitive expedition to Lhasa, and reportedly occupied the Tibetan capital in 651. But the occupation was short-lived. The Tang troops, unaccustomed to the high altitude and hostile environment, soon withdrew back to China. Tibetan sources scarcely mention this humiliating interlude, but Chinese annals highlight it to show the Tang resolve. Funny how that works. The incident aside, the Tibetan state survived its founder's death intact, thanks in large part to the Gar ministers, who protected the infant monarch and maintained the momentum of expansion. Under Songtsen Gampo's successors, the Tibetan Empire continued to expand in almost every direction, even as it was grappling with struggles at court. The latter half of the 7th century saw Tibet in near constant warfare with its great neighbor, the Tang Empire. With the famed minister, Gar Tongtsen, as regent and general, the Tibetan armies pressed into Central Asia. In 663, Tibet decisively defeated and absorbed the Taiyuhun kingdom, Aja, which had long been a buffer state between Tibet and China, and the northeast plateau of the region of Amdo. This victory eliminated an intermediary and brought Tibet face to face with Tang China's westernmost territories. Around the same time, Tibetan forces pushed further west. By 667, just before Gar Tongtsen's death, they had even conquered the oasis kingdom of Khotan in the Tarim Basin. Now this placed Tibet astride the Silk Road routes of the Tarim, threatening Chinese influence in that critical region. The clash would come to a head in 670 at the Battle of Da Fei Chuan, near Dzungaria, where Tibetan troops won a major victory over a Tang army. In the aftermath, the Tibetans overran the Tang's famed 4 garrisons of Anxi, Chinese military colonies in the Tarim Basin, seizing cities like Kucha and Kashgar. The Tang Empire was forced to abandon the entire Tarim Basin, ceding it to Tibetan control in 670. For the next 2 decades, 670 to 692, the Silk Road from Khotan to Kashgar effectively laid in Tibetan hands. Now this was an extraordinary leap. The once isolated Tibetans now controlled one of Asia's great trade arteries, exacting tribute and fostering ties with Central Asian peoples. However, imperial expansion was not always a smooth upward trajectory. Internal strife threatened to unravel Tibet's gains. After Gar Tongtsen's passing in 667, his sons of the Gar clan continued to dominate the royal court. While the Gar generals led successful campaigns, their semi-autonomous power grew worrisome to the crown. The young king, Mangsong Mangtsen, Songtsen Gampo's grandson, ruling 650 to 676, dying relatively young, leaving his son Tridu Songtsen, known as Mesag Tsom, as a minor to the throne. Well, this ushered in a period of regency, where the queen mother Thrimalo, the king's mother that is, and the Gar ministers effectively ruled. The Gar family's influence reached its peak under Minister Gar Tridring Tsendro, who not only commanded armies but also negotiated peace and war on Tibet's behalf. In 692, the tide would turn against Tibet externally. A resurgent Tang under Empress Wu Zetian struck back and regained the Tarim Basin, expelling Tibetan garrisons. Tibet's western conquests suffered a setback as Chinese forces reoccupied their lost cities. Then, in 694 to 96, Gar Tridring won a battle against the Chinese and brokered a temporary peace. It seemed the Gar were indispensable, but the Tibetan king, by now Tridu Songtsen, had come of age. Well, he saw the Gar's dominance as an external threat to authority. In a dramatic coup, Tridu Songtsen moved against the Gar clan in 698. According to tradition, the emperor invited the extended Gar family, numbering over 2,000, to a hunting excursion, only to spring a trap. At the king's signal, royal troops massacred the Gar retinue on the spot. Gar Tridring himself escaped the slaughter, but facing ruin, he took the self-checkout line, preferring to take his own life instead of, being constantly on the run and, poor. It's hard to go from being in line for the king to a vagabond renegade, In any case, his loyal soldiers then defected en masse to the Chinese side, depriving Tibet of some of its best military talent, so a bit of an oversight there. Thus ended Gar's clan's chapter, a bloody purge that restored central authority to the monarch. The young emperor had eliminated the overmighty subject, though at significant cost and risk. Tibet's subsequent chronicles viewed this event as a necessary evil to keep the empire from fracturing. In any case, with Gar gone, the Queen Mother Thrimalo and the other royal loyalists guided the empire's affairs, until Tridu Songtsen firmly took the reins. Freed from the internal rivalry, Tibet resumed its external ambition. In 702, a formal peace treaty with the Tang was signed. The Chinese Empress Wu Zetian herself was interested in stability on the frontier. But the peace was short-lived, although it did give Tibet a bit of breathing space to reorganize themselves. The imperial government undertook administrative consolidation, for example, creating a new provincial division or horn in the northeast to govern lands recently taken from the Sumpa and Tuyuhun. Tibetan records speak of dividing the realm into ru, or horns, essentially large regions for military and civil administration. With these structures in place, the emperor led campaigns beyond the plateau's rim. One focus was the rich southwestern neighbor, Nanzhao in Yunnan, also called Jiang in Tibetan sources. Around 703 to 704, Tibetan armies under Tridu Songtsen struck into the Nanzhao kingdom, attempting to extend Tibetan suzerainty into Southeast Asia. Tibetan chronicles say he invaded a people he called Muiwa, likely the same people that the Chinese had termed Man, one of the indigenous groups of Yunnan. Though the king died during that campaign in 704, his actions set the stage for Tibet to later dominate Nanzhao for decades. And indeed, by mid-century, Nanzhao would often be a Tibetan ally or vassal, causing quite a bit of grief to the Tang in the southwest. Well, after Tridu Songtsen's death, his son Tride Tsukten, also nicknamed Ma Agtsom the Bearded, probably because he had a beard, we don't know, inherited the throne as a young child in 704. Once again, a royal minority meant a regent. Queen Mother Thrimalo managed affairs. She reinforced ties with China by arranging another royal marriage. In 710, a Chinese princess, Jincheng, arrived to marry into the Tibetan royal family. Princess Jincheng became an important cultural broker, reputedly bringing Buddhist relics and prayers to Lhasa. Sources conflict whether Jinzheng married the child Tride Sukzen or a different Tibetan prince, but her presence certainly symbolized a renewed Tang-Tibet alliance, one that was sorely needed. Nobody wanted war on the frontiers again, especially the Tang. They'd had enough of that. But the peace would hold for a few years at least, aided by the diplomatic acumen of Thrimarlo, who died in 712 after having stabilized the succession. Let's see how long it continues after her death. Well, by the 720s, with Tride Tukzen ruling in his own right, the frontiers flared up once more. Unfortunately, don't have Mummy around to smooth things over with the Chinese anymore, don't we? Well, the Tibetan Empire found itself entangled in the great game of Central Asia alongside Turks, Arabs, and Chinese. The empire's influence now extended westward to Transoxiana, that is modern Uzbekistan, and south into parts of Bruza, Gilgit in present-day Pakistan. Tibet even allied with the western Turkic tribes called the Turgesh to check the eastward expansion of the Umayyad Caliphate, that being the rising Arab-Muslim empire. There were episodes where Tibetans and Turgesh fought the Arabs together in 720s, trying to hold off the Islamic conquests in regions like Fergana. At the same time, Tibet and Tang China continued their sporadic war. And in the early 730s, a complex four-way conflict emerged. Tibet and the Turgesh versus the Tang Chinese and the Arab Caliphate. For example, after Tibet married a princess to the Turgesh Khagan in 734 as a cementing alliance, the Tang court responded by allying with the Arabs to jointly squeeze the Turgesh and Tibetans. This remarkable moment saw Chinese and Muslim forces coordinating against a common Central Asian foe. Didn't see that coming, didn't you? Well, initially the Chinese got a few victories. Tibet suffered some setbacks in the east around Gansu in the 730s. The Turgesh Khanate itself collapsed internally by 737, and that weakened Tibet's ally. Not good news for the Tibetans. But one notable flashpoint was the western Himalayan region. Tibet aimed to secure control of the high mountain trade routes linking Central Asia and India. In 737, the Tibetan army attacked the king of Bruza, as we mentioned, Gilgit in Pakistan, modern-day Pakistan that is, who then appealed to Tang China for help. Although Tang forces under the brilliant general Gao Xianzhi did intervene in the region around 747, temporarily pushing Tibet back, ultimately the local king submitted to Tibet and decided that paying homage was a bit better of an option. General Gao's campaign did open a route through the Pamirs, connecting China to Kashmir, but it was short-lived. The larger Chinese effort to dominate Central Asia climaxed and collapsed with the Battle of Talas in 751, when Gao Xianzhi's army was crushed by the Abbasid Arabs, aided by defecting Turkic allies. You see, Talas was the turning point. Tang China's westward advance halted, leaving a power vacuum which Tibet could easily exploit. Chinese influence in Central Asia waned rapidly after 751, while Tibet regained lost ground. In the wake of Talas, Tibetan forces reasserted themselves, even reportedly conquering large sections of northern India during the 750s. Well, when we say large sections of northern India, this is likely referring to renewed influence over the Himalayan border kingdoms, maybe extending into Nepal or Kashmir. Tibet's presence in the Indian plains was actually pretty scant, but Tibetan armies did campaign in what is now Ladakh, and even into the vicinity of Bengal's borders during this era, so there is that. Well, as Tibet's fortunes improved abroad, trouble brewed at home. In 755, King Tride Tukzen, who had ruled for decades, was assassinated in a coup within the palace. Who was responsible for such a thing? Well, the culprits were two ministers from the clans Lang and Baal, who perhaps resented the king's policy or just sought some power for themselves. Now, interestingly, this intrigue coincided ironically, with a cataclysm in China. If you know the dates, right? Do you know it? Well, it was the An Lushan Rebellion, 755 that was. So that threw the Tang Empire into civil war, so everyone having a rough time of it seems. Not a good year. Both empires were thus engulfed in chaos at the same time. In Tibet, the murdered king's teenage son, Trisong Detsen, was the heir, but a one-year interregnum followed as factions jockeyed for control. A general, Takdra Lukong, exposed the traitorous ministers and rallied the royal army to defeat them. Lang and Baal rebelled openly, but they were found, defeated, and killed. Their properties were confiscated as punishment. With the conspirators purged, Trisong Detsen took the throne in 756, restoring order in Lhasa. Thus, by the mid-8th century, the Tibetan Empire had survived multiple challenges. Regencies, clan revolts, royal assassinations. Pretty normal for an empire. But they emerged with a strong monarch at the helm again. Trisong Detsen's reign would usher in the golden age of the empire. As Tibet reached the pinnacle of its territorial expansion and cultural influence, but the pattern set earlier would continue. Bold military adventures abroad paired with periodic turmoil at home. If you had good luck one place, you'd have bad luck in another. All under the shadow of the epical changes shaking Asia, like the weakening of the Tang and the rise of new powers. Trisong Detsen would capitalize on these shifts brilliantly, propelling Tibet to its greatest heights. So, let's learn about the Golden Age. Trisong Detsen, reigning 756 to 797, is celebrated as one of Tibet's greatest emperors, a leader who combined military ambition with visionary cultural politics. He ascended the throne at approximately 13 years old, which, well, that's pretty much the typical age of majority for Tibetan kings. Just at the time when the Tang Chinese were reeling from the An Lushan rebellion that devastated their empire, he was just settling into the throne. Sensing the Tang's vulnerability, Trisong Detsen wasted no time in pressing the Tibetan advantage in Central Asia and along the Chinese frontier. Really kicking the Chinese while they're down, isn't he? Well, early in his reign, Tibetan forces reclaimed influence over regions to the west that had slipped away, and then they struck deep into Chinese territory itself. The most dramatic episode came in late 763. A Tibetan army led by the general Nanlam Takra Lukong marched into the heart of China and occupied Chang'an, which was the Tang capital. Emperor Daizong of the Tang fled east to Luoyang, leaving his palace to the Tibetans. For 15 days, the Tibetans held Chang'an, a nearly unthinkable affront to Chinese prestige. They even installed a puppet emperor on the Tang throne before withdrawing, having made their point that Tibet was now a preeminent power in Asia. The Shoal pillar inscription in Lhasa, erected shortly after, proudly records this triumph, recounting how Tibetan warriors captured vast swaths of northeastern China and briefly seized the enemy's capital. The humiliation of 763 left a mark on Chinese chronicles, who thereafter spoke of Tibet, whom they called Tubo, with a wary respect, as both a foe and an equal. While Tang China struggled to regain stability in the late 8th century, Tibet was consolidating its gains. Trisong Detsen's Tibet was not just fighting China, it was also managing a vast domain with multi-ethnic populations. Nanzhao, the kingdom in Yunnan, had been brought into Tibet's sphere around 750, and it remained a vassal ally for decades. However, in 794, Nanzhao turned against the Tibetans in the Battle of Shenchuan, siding with the Chinese and inflicting a serious defeat on Tibet's forces. This setback in the southeast showed the limits of Tibet's control over distant tributaries and foreshadowed future fragmentation. In the north, meanwhile, the Uyghur Khaganate, nominally the ally of the Tang, posed threats along the Tibet steppe frontier. Toward the end of the Trisong region, Tibet lost some allied tribes in the northeast to Uyghur victories, indicating that even at its height, the empire had to contend with powerful nomads. But despite the challenges, Trisong Detsen's reign is most renowned for the flourishing of Buddhism and learning in Tibet. He is remembered as the second of Tibet's 3 Dharma kings for his role in establishing Buddhism as a state-supported religion. Trisong Detsen invited the famous Buddhist masters from India, including the monk Santaraksita and the tantric adept Padmasambhava, to come to Tibet. With their guidance, the emperor founded the Samye Monastery, built between 775 and 79, the first Buddhist monastery on Tibetan soil. According to later chronicles, Padmasambhava performed rituals to tame local spirits and demonesses, hindering construction, symbolizing Buddhism's subjugation of the indigenous deities. In fact, Padmasambhava was the one who brought the Tibetan Book of the Dead scriptures in, apparently. Now, upon Samye's consecration, Trisong Detsen sponsored the ordination of the first Tibetan monks. 7 noble youths were ordained, establishing the Tibetan Sangha. These events marked the formal beginning of Tibetan Buddhism as an institution. So, under imperial patronage, Buddhist text was translated from Sanskrit and Chinese into Tibetan at a mind-boggling pace. Scholars from neighboring lands flocked to Tibet's cosmopolitan court. For instance, Trisong Detsen held a famous debate at Samye, circa 792 to 94, between Indian Buddhist philosophy and Chinese Chan Buddhism, advocating sudden enlightenment as opposed to a gradual enlightenment. The debate, which reportedly lasted 2 years, concluded with the victory of the Indian side under Kamalashila, leading the emperor to endorse the Indian Mahayana approach as orthodoxy in Tibet. Though details are semi-legendary, the story underscores how Trisong Detsen actively shaped the religious future of his realm. By his death, Buddhism was firmly planted among Tibet's elite and literature. Great translation projects, such as the early version of the Tibetan Buddhist canon, were well and truly underway. Yet even as the emperor nurtured spiritual pursuits, he did not neglect worldly governance. The Tibetan Empire at its zenith was highly organized. Historical analysis of documents shows an elaborate administration system. The empire was divided into the provinces or Ru, as we mentioned, the 4 horns. So we have central, western, southern, and northeastern, each overseen by appointed governors. There was a hierarchy of officials: ministers, generals, direct magistrates, many drawn from aristocratic clans but answerable to the crown. Trisong Detsen is credited with legal and military reforms, some of which are preserved in the 13th century Ledu chronicles, which draw on older imperial archives. For example, the empire had laws of thieves, laws of murder, laws of family, etc., indicating a legal code attributed to Songtsen Gampo and refined by his successors. Armies were raised by a feudal levy system. Noble officers were not standing professionals, but were called upon with their retainers when needed, signified by a symbolic golden arrow of command. Officers took oaths of fealty annually and assembled every 3 years for grand military councils and sacred feasts. Remarkably, though, the Tibetan armies traveled quite light, carrying no grain supplies and living off the land by plunder. A practice noted by the astonished forces. I mean, it's a pretty risky strategy, that's for sure. In terms of arms, Tibetan warriors of this era were famous for their heavy armor, both men and horses encased in lamellar iron and chainmail. so much that only the eyes were left exposed, as the Chinese observer Du Yo recorded. They fought primarily as massed armored cavalry with long lances and swords, and were said to dismount and form ranks in pitched battle, holding ground tenaciously. Archery was a weak point, the Chinese noted, but Tibetans compensated with superior steel and discipline. These descriptions from the enemy's pen convey the awe inspired by the Tibetan heavy cavalry, and indeed such well-drilled ironclad warriors overran much of Asia in the 8th century. Trisong Detsen eventually abdicated or semi-retired around 797, entrusting his power to his son, Mune Tsenpo. The transition was not entirely smooth, though. Mune Tsenpo's reign from 797 to 99 is said to have lasted only about a year and a half. Later Tibetan histories claim that he was poisoned by his own mother after he attempted radical reforms like distributing land to peasants and abolishing the practice of grave goods, that is, sacrificing treasures and possibly even servants at royal tombs. I'm sure that the servants would have been quite behind that reform. Measures, of course, that threaten the aristocratic interests, though. Well, though the specifics are murky, it is clear that Mune died young and without issue. Power then passed to his younger brothers in succession. One brother, Mutik Tsenpo, who had been banished earlier allegedly for murdering a minister, which you're not meant to do, so he never ruled and perhaps died in taking exile. The youngest brother, though, Tride Songtsen, was enthroned around 804, taking the regal name Sadnalegs. Under Emperor Sadnalegs, Tride Songtsen reigning 804 to 815, Tibet maintained its expansive might. But new challenges would emerge on the horizon. Notably, during his reign, Tibet entered into direct conflict with the Abbasid Caliphate in the far west. Tibetan garrisons had been established as far west as modern Afghanistan. Sources indicate that Tibetans were active around Samarkand and Kabul in the early 9th century, and this brought them into collision with the Abbasids, who were expanding eastward. Around 801, a Tibetan general in Kabul even captured Arab troops and pressed them into service on Tibet's eastern front, a fascinating instance of Tibet juggling two distant conflicts. But the Abbasids counterattacked, gradually gaining the upper hand in the west. By 1812, the Tibetan governor of Kabul had been defeated. He submitted to the Abbasids and notably converted to Islam, effectively surrendering that region. The Caliphate then pushed from the direction of the Kashmir toward Tibet's holding, but Tibet forces managed to hold them off. This westward struggle is largely forgotten today, yet it highlights how Tibet at its peak was a participant in the great Islamic expansion saga. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the empire, Tibet was contending again with the Uyghur Khaganate. In 816, the Tibetans even launched an attack into Uyghur territory, being Mongolia at the time, though by 821 the Uyghurs retaliated against Tibet. Tibet truly stood at the crossroads of civilizations, now facing enemies on multiple fronts. They were fighting Arabs in the west, Uyghur Turks in the north, Chinese in the east, and Indian hill states in the south. Now that's got to count as something towards its imperial reach, but also its strain on resources. Definitely not easy to manage all of that. Amid these pressures, Tibet and Tang China finally saw the wisdom of peace. Emperor Ralpakan, reigning 815 to 38, who succeeded Sadnalegs, is known as both a patron of Buddhism and the last strong ruler of a united empire. Ralpachan, also called Tritsu Detsen, is revered by Tibetan Buddhists as the third of the great Dharma kings. He lavished support on monastic communities, inviting craftsmen and scholars from India, Nepal, Khotan, and China. During his reign, the monumental Mahavyutpati, was compiled. If you don't know what that is, it's basically a bilingual glossary of Sanskrit and Tibetan terms. Basically, they were using this to standardize Buddhist translations. This lexicon, listing thousands of Sanskrit terms with Tibetan equivalents, vastly improved the quality and consistency of scripture translation and stands as one of Ralpakan's scholarly legacies. Under Ralpakan, Tibet truly became a center of Buddhist learning in Inner Asia, attracting texts and teachers from afar. But politically, Ralpakan's reign achieved a milestone that generations of warriors had failed to secure by force: a stable peace with Tang China, and on equal terms. After decades of sea-soaring conflict, envoys from Lhasa and Chang'an convened to negotiate a final boundary settlement. It's about damn time. In 821 to 822, a Sino-Tibetan treaty was signed, ratifying the borders and pledging, quote, a great peace and friendship between the two empires. To commemorate this accord, the text of the treaty in both Tibetan and Chinese was inscribed on a stone pillar in front of the Jokang Temple in Lhasa. That pillar, known as the Tang-Tibetan Alliance still stands today as tangible evidence of Tibet's once equal footing with China. The inscription, as preserved by scholars like Hugh Richardson, thanks Hugh, declares that the Tibetan king and the Chinese emperor speak with one heart, agreed that the frontier between their lands shall be fixed forever, and that neither side shall encroach on the other's territory. It speaks of the two rulers as being like an uncle and a nephew almost, suggesting a familial bond of mutual respect. It goes on to proclaim, all shall live in peace and share the blessings of happiness for 10,000 years, and the fame of this treaty shall extend to all places reached by the sun and the moon. This treaty ended nearly 2 centuries of intermittent hostilities and ushered in a period of relative calm. It also shows how far Tibet had come. The empire that once extorted a princess from the Tang now stood as Tang's diplomatic equal, its power too great to be subdued. Under Ralpakan, the Tibetan Empire arguably reached its greatest territorial extent and influence. Later Tibetan historians would nostalgically recall this era as the time when Tibet, quote, outshone the stars of the nations. And one can imagine travelers in the 820s encountering a vast empire whose authority ran from the borders of Mongolia to Bengal. Indeed, Tibetan influence penetrated into North India and deeply into what is now Chinese Turkestan. Tibet's prestige, was such that even in the distant Abbasid Caliphate in Baghdad, even the distant Abbasid Caliph in Baghdad knew of the Tibetans. Been reading for too long today, I'm afraid. Patriarch Timothy I of the Church of the East wrote in 782 of Tibetan Christian communities and called Tibet one of the most significant Eastern peoples of his time. This surprising detail reminds us that Tibet's imperial era was also one of cultural cosmopolitanism. Not only Buddhism, but also Christianity, Nestorian in variety, by the way, and perhaps other religions found their way to Lhasa's court. For example, Timothy I mentioned appointing a new bishop for the Tibetans around 794, evidence that a Nestorian Christian presence existed under Tibetan rule. Tibet's empire was a mosaic of many peoples: Tibetan, Turkic, Chinese, Nepalese, Central Asian, and Ralpakan's administration had to manage all of that. It's not easy. And yet, in this moment of apparent triumph, storm clouds gathered within. Ralpakan's lavish patronage of Buddhism, building temples, casting Buddha statues, supporting hordes of monks and translators, it all cost money and depended on heavy taxation of the nobility and the commoners. And spoiler alert, people do not like getting taxed. Well, not everyone shared the king's devout priorities, of course. The old guard aristocracy, some of whom still favored the traditional Bon religion, more like an animism kind of thing, or simply resented the wealth flowing to the monasteries, grew quite a bit impatient. In the late 830s, dissent within the court reached a breaking point. Ravikant was murdered in 838, reportedly strangled or garroted by two ministers who were pro-Bon, i.e. they opposed the Buddhist establishment. So yeah, you're basically talking animistic terrorists. Well, these ministers then engineered the succession of Ravikant's brother, who took the throne, as Langdharma. The traditional narrative casts this as a reactionary coup, conservative forces toppling a pious king to halt the Buddhist juggernaut. While the exact motives are lost in intrigue, it is clear that Ravikant's death marked the end of Tibet's golden age and the beginning of an irreparable fragmentation. The short reign of Emperor Langdharma, 838 to 842, is shrouded in a bit of legend. Langdharma, in Tibetan Glangdharma, has gone down in history as the impious king, the one who turned against Buddhism, and under whose watch the Tibetan Empire fell to pieces. Placed on the throne by the cabal that murdered his brother, Langdharma inherited a troubled realm. External troubles loomed. In 840, the powerful Uyghur Khaganate to Tibet's north was destroyed by the Kyrgyz, sending shockwaves through Inner Asia. Waves of displaced refugees, Uyghur nobles, soldiers, and others flooded into Tibet seeking asylum. This influx could have been destabilizing in border regions, that's for sure. Domestically, Langdharma faced a divided court. The faction that elevated him versus the Buddhist partisans loyal to the previous kings. According to later Buddhist chronicles, Langdharma initiated a campaign to suppress the Buddhist faith, closing monasteries, banning religious ceremonies, and forcing monks to disrobe or go into hiding. How much of this is historical fact versus monastic hagiography is a little bit debatable, but there is some evidence that state patronage for Buddhism was withdrawn, and some clergy were persecuted during his reign. One can imagine that given the financial strain the empire was under, Langdharma and his advisors saw the cutting of monastic subsidies as a pragmatic fiscal reform, aside from any religious zeal. Langdharma's rule was brief, and it ended dramatically. In 842, after only 4 years on the throne, he was assassinated, reportedly by a Buddhist monk named Lalung Pelgi Dorje. Legend has it that this monk, outraged by the king's impieties, disguised himself as a black-hatted dancer and gained an audience with Langdharma during a religious performance. Partway through, he drew a concealed bow and shot the emperor through the heart. Langdharma died, and the assassin fled on a fast horse, escaping with royal guards. Some versions say he smeared the horse with ash to appear white, and then washed it in a river to turn it black to evade detection, which is actually really clever. I mean, credit where it's due. Anyway, while such colorful details might be completely made up, I don't really care, because the gist holds. Langdharma's death left no strong central authority, and the Tibetan Empire collapsed into civil war over the succession. The crux of the collapse was a dynastic dispute between Langdharma's sons, or possibly a son and a nephew, depending on which source you look at. Different factions enthroned rival claimants, and a battle known as the War of the Brothers ensued. Tibet had no tradition of primogeniture set in stone, so disputes among royal relatives were often settled by force. In this case, there was likely an infant or young son of Langdharma named Osung, and another royal scion and nephew named Ngarye, each backed by different noble factions. The ensuing conflict, which some accounts call the Battle of U-Yoru, was ruinous. By around 846, the centralized monarchy in Lhasa had disintegrated. The empire broke apart into regional polities. Effectively, an era of fragmentation began, as later Tibetan historians ruefully named it. The unraveling of the empire had immediate consequence. Former subject peoples seized the chance to throw off the Tibetan yoke. In the Tarim Basin, Chinese influence had revived somewhat after the 821 treaty, and now local Chinese warlords with tacit tongue approval moved to reclaim lost ground. In 848, a Chinese commander named Zhang Yichao led the Return to Allegiance movement in Dunhuang, expelling the Tibetan garrison. A mural in the Mogao caves of Dunhuang commemorates Zhang Yichao's victory over Tibet that year. And Tibetan rule in Gansu and Xinjiang receded rapidly in the 840s too, as Chinese, Uyghurs, and local Turkic chiefs all carved out pieces. In the Himalayan south, allied states like Nepal asserted independence from what was now a defunct central authority in Tibet. The far-flung empire effectively evaporated. Within the Tibetan plateau, no new emperor emerged to reunite the realm. Instead, the once unified dominion splintered into a patchwork of petty kingdoms and clan territories. Members of the old royal family retreated to different strongholds. For instance, one branch of the Yarlung dynasty fled westward to Ngari, West Tibet, establishing a small kingdom there. Other princes ruled parts of central Tibet tenuously. The mighty fortress and administrative centers of the empire fell to local warlords or lords of important clans. One Tibetan document of the 9th century laments the rebellion of subordinates across the land and the end of all divine kingship. This era of fragmentation from the 9th and 10th centuries was a dark age for Tibet in terms of political unity, but it is beyond our scope to detail fully. Still, it's important to note that the collapse of the empire was not just a sudden fall from grace, but rather a process that took some decades. During that time, many imperial institutions decayed. The Buddhist monastic community, cut off from royal patronage, suffered decline. But in some regions, however, Buddhism survived in hiding, awaiting revival in the later Second Diffusion period. The imperial economy, which had involved vast trade networks and tributes, shrank back to local subsistence. Literacy and book production dwindled except in a few readouts. Tibet's neighbors largely lost interest in it as a great power. It no longer sent envoys abroad or fielded armies on others' soil. But if you want to grasp how Tibet's imperial legacy persisted, or perhaps didn't, one fascinating lens to that is the situation in Dunhuang, the city on the Silk Road that Tibet had ruled for decades. You see, Dunhuang under Tibetan occupation had become a bit of a melting pot of Tibetan and Chinese culture. As mentioned, Tibetans imposed their administration and even aspects of their lifestyle on the local Chinese populace. The New Tang Annals note that with sympathy, the Dunhuang's Chinese residents were forced to adopt Tibetan dress and customs. They could only wear their traditional Chinese clothes during annual ancestor worship ceremonies, and when they did so, they wept bitterly as they stored their garments, mourning the lost days of Chinese rule. Now, this image shows a cultural pressure that Tibet exerted. There are also letters from Dunhuang revealing the tension. One Tibetan governor had to issue an order prohibiting Tibetan officials from kidnapping Chinese women as wives after receiving complaints from the local people. So obviously that was a bit of a problem. Another letter details a Chinese uprising in Dunhuang that killed a few Tibetans. The Tibetan response was to reassert a strict hierarchy. Tibetan officials always outranked the Chinese ones no matter what. Despite frictions, over time a generation of Dunhuang Chinese grew up speaking Tibetan, bearing Tibetan names, and ultimately serving the Tibetan Empire. Some even became prominent translators of Buddhist texts from Chinese to Tibetan. For example, a man named Go Cho Drup, the Chinese name being Wang Fa Cheng, was ethnically Chinese but Tibetan educated. He gained patronage from the Tibetan emperor to translate sutras, some of which entered the Tibetan canon. Dunhuang became an important scriptorium around 800 to 820, where thousands of Buddhist sutras were copied in Tibetan by Chinese scribes working under Tibetan supervisors. The work discipline was severe. If a scribe wasted paper, he could be flogged. If he missed quotas, his property might be seized or his family held hostage. Such details, recorded in unearthed documents, show the heavy hand of Tibetan bureaucracy. We even find traces of personal feelings. On a scrap of paper used by one Chinese scribe in Dunhuang, a short poem in Tibetan is scribbled. "We are the subjects of Tibet, which comes down on us like the blows of a hammer. Though the tiger is noble, to challenge it is a great thing." Well, this little verse, likely penned in secret, shows a mix of resentment and grudging respect. In any case, by 848, when Zhang Yichao expelled the Tibetans, the Chinese inhabitants of Dunhuang were free of the yoke. They did not simply revert to pre-Tibetan ways, however. They had to become culturally hybrid. For generations after, Dunhuang people continued to use the Tibetan language alongside Chinese to practice Buddhism in Tibetan styles. This speaks of the lasting cultural impact of the empire, even after its political demise. Similarly, in central Tibet, even as the monarchy fell, the memory of empire and the seeds of Buddhist tradition remained, to be revived centuries later when new kings and lamas would reunify Tibet spiritually and politically. And so, the fall of the Tibetan Empire then was not a single event, but quite a long process. An emperor assassinated, a royal lineage splintered, subject peoples uprising, and the slow decay of central institutions. By the late 9th century, foreign observers no longer recognized the Tibetan Empire, only a patchwork of Tibetan tribes. The old Tang annals, which once described Tibet's power and peculiar customs, close their Tibet chapter on the chaos of the mid-9th century, essentially writing Tibet out of the international picture thereafter. A proud era has ended. Tibet would not see a unified central rule again in over 300 years, until the Sakya Lamas under Mongol patronage in the 13th century created a new polity. And even that was very different in character. And in any case, a topic for another time. In traditional Tibetan understanding, you're never truly alone. The spirits are always there. It could be the mountain, the spring, the hearth in your home, the path you cross to reach the next valley, or even that illness that just won't go away. These are all governed by conscious, purposeful beings who have to be acknowledged and respected. Fail to do the latter, and the consequences are immediate and real. It is a fully functioning cosmology, one of the oldest continuously practiced spirit traditions in Asia, and it still operates to varying degrees across the Tibetan plateau, valleys of Nepal and Bhutan, and the exiled communities of India. But what really makes it unique is that it did not collapse when Buddhism showed up. Buddhism absorbed it, reshaped it, and bound the old spirits by oath to defend the new teaching. And the old spirits apparently agreed. What emerged from all of this exists nowhere else, and it's all quite fascinating. So, if you want to spend the next hour with me, let's explore Tibetan shamanism. Good to see you, everybody. Welcome back to the channel. Quick reminder to give it a like, comment, and subscribe. Helps us out in the algorithm. And thank you to those keeping this crowdfunded venture ad-free by supporting on the Patreon, YouTube memberships, donation links, and merch store. Links in description and pinned comment. Now, with all that out of the way, let's begin. Of course, we always think of Tibet and immediately think of Buddhism. But before Buddhism, there was Bon, the indigenous religious tradition of Tibet, which the Bonpo themselves claim is far older than Buddhism. Scholars debate that, but they also analyze and argue over the finer points of Bon, and they've done so for decades without reaching a consensus on its precise nature or antiquity. There's a problem, though, and the problem is that Bon, as it exists today, has been so thoroughly influenced by Buddhism that separating the original pre-Buddhist Bon from its latter Buddhicized form is quite a difficult task. The Bonpo say that their tradition was founded by Tunpa Shinrab Myo, an enlightened teacher who lived, they claimed, 18,000 years ago in the land of Olmo Lungring, the mythical country to the west of Tibet, sometimes identified with Persia or Central Asia. Western scholars are skeptical of the dating, but they acknowledge that Bon contains genuinely ancient elements that predate Buddhism's 7th century arrival and connect Tibet to a broader shamanic tradition of Inner Asia. The pre-Buddhist Tibetan world can be partially reconstructed from the Dunhuang manuscripts, a cache of documents discovered in a sealed cave in Gansu province, China, dating from the 8th to the 10th century. These manuscripts describe a landscape saturated with spirits. Every little place had its spirit or guardian, each valley, pass, and river crossing the domain of a specific spiritual being, whether that be a Iha, Vitsan, Klu, or Dud. And the proper navigation of that landscape required the proper management of these relationships. One does not simply walk into Tibet. You have to negotiate your passage. Every journey is kind of like a diplomatic mission. Well, if you offended the wrong spirit, well, you would have devastating consequences with that. It could be illness, misfortune, maybe madness. The central figure in this pre-Buddhist spirit world was the ritualist, the person who knew how to communicate with the spirits, who could diagnose spiritual affliction and negotiate, when necessary, coerce the beings that inhabited the landscape. And that figure goes by various names in Tibetan regions and dialects. You have the Ila Pa, the spirit medium, the Pa Bo, the hero, a male spirit medium, the Pa Mo, the heroine, a female spirit medium, and the Sinagapa, the mantric practitioner. And in the Bon tradition, the Geshen, a term that some scholars have tentatively connected to the word shaman itself, though the etymology is a little bit disputed. The thing is, when we use the term shamanism, we are sort of looking at it through a bit of an umbrella term. These kinds of practices that we see in pre-Buddhist practice and are recognizable when you see it aesthetically or even at a spiritual sense. You classify it as such. Now, these practitioners were specialists, people with a unique gift, often acquired involuntarily through a crisis of illness or madness that was interpreted as the call of a spirit. They served their communities as intermediaries between the human and spirit worlds. Pretty important people to have around. The initiation of a Tibetan spirit medium typically followed a pattern recognizable across the shamanic traditions of Inner Asia. A severe illness, a visionary experience, which the practitioner's soul journeys to the other world, an encounter with spirits who demanded service, and a recovery which was understood as the acceptance of the shamanic vocation. The illness is the qualification, you see. The spirits chose you, and they have to break you down first. And this breaking, the dismemberment, the death and rebirth experience that appears in shamanic initiations from Siberia to the Amazon, is the process by which you are remade as a person capable of moving between worlds. You cannot become a spirit medium by just hitting the books. The spirits have to choose you. And, well, you have to go through suffering to pass their little tests. The pre-Buddhist Tibetan rituals, insofar as we can reconstruct them from the Dunhuan manuscripts and from practices that survive in remote regions, centered on key concerns. Pretty normal stuff. The welfare of livestock, which is the basis of the Tibetan pastoral economy, by the way. Kinda hard to grow stuff up there. Also, the safe passage of the dead to the next world, the protection of the community from hostile spirits, plenty of them about, and the maintenance of the ruler's spiritual power. The rituals for the dead were particularly elaborate. The early Tibetan kings were buried in enormous tumulus mounds in the Yarlung Valley, mounds still visible today, by the way. And the funeral rituals included animal sacrifice, the recitation of origin myths, and the guidance of the king's soul to the celestial realm. A king who was not properly buried could become angry in his spirit form. A funeral improperly performed could bring disaster on the entire realm. The stakes of the ritual were political as well as spiritual, and the ritualist who managed the king's death was in a very real sense keen on the succession to power management too. Then there's animal sacrifice, the offering of yaks, sheep, horses to the spirit, a central feature of pre-Buddhist Tibetan religion, and its suppression by Buddhism was one of the most significant cultural transformations of Tibetan history. Buddhism replaced blood sacrifice with symbolic offerings, butter lamps instead of burning fat, Tor Ma offering cakes instead of slaughtered animals, the mental offering of visualized substances instead of physical killing, as certainly a shake-up in traditions. But the replacement was not instantaneous. There was no click of the fingers overnight change. In some regions, animal sacrifice persisted well into the 20th century, and in certain Bon communities and remote areas, modified forms of it continue to this very day. The tension between the Buddhist prohibition on killing and the older pre-Buddhist tradition of blood offering remains one of the fault lines in Tibetan religious life. It's a line that marks the boundary between the fully Buddhicized mainstream and the surviving fragments of the older, wilder, more visceral tradition that preceded it. The Tibetan spirit world is an elaborately classified system of spirit categories, each with specific characteristics, habitats, powers, and their specific methods of propitiation. The system is a precise one, in its way, as a Linnean classification of biological species. And the Tibetan ritualist who works with spirits must know the taxonomy as thoroughly as a doctor knows anatomy. At the top of the hierarchy are the La, the gods, the celestial beings associated with the sky, mountains, upper world. The La are generally benevolent, though they can be dangerous if offended. They are the protectors of the community, the guardians of the tribe, the spirits of the ancestors elevated to this divine status. The great mountain gods of Tibet are La of immense powers, those deities who inhabit the sacred peaks. Nenchen Tangla, the god of the mountain range north of Lhasa. Amnye Machen, the deity of the great peak in Amdo. Kawakarpo, the god of the mountain on the Yunnan-Tibet border. These are persons, kind of. The mountain is the deity's body. The snow is the deity's robe. The storms that rage around the summit are the moods of the deity. And to climb a mountain without permission is an act of trespass, so extreme that the consequences can extend to the entire community. This is why many Tibetans have historically opposed mountaineering expeditions, by the way. The mountain is a being to be respected, not some kind of challenge to be conquered and, well, stand on the top flexing your biceps while you take photos. A little bit disrespectful. Anyway, next one we have the Tsen, that is the powerful ones, a category of fierce and warlike spirits associated with the color red, rocky landscapes, and sudden violent death. They're often understood as the spirits of men who died in battle or by violence, and who remain in the landscape as dangerous, aggressive presences. The 10 ride red horses. They wear red armor, shoot red arrows causing illness. Might be fevers, sharp pains, or hemorrhages. A person struck by a 10's arrow will fall ill abruptly, without apparent cause, and the diagnosis requires a practitioner who can identify the spiritual source of the affliction and negotiate the 10's withdrawal. The fierce territorial 10 and is easily provoked. They operate according to their own logic, which is the logic of honor and vengeance, that of warriors who have never been able to stop fighting. And they're particularly interesting because they represent a category of spirit that is, in a sense, historical. The spirit, spiritual residue of a specific human event, acts of violence that have left an imprint on the landscape so deep that the landscape itself has become stained. A mountain pass where a battle was fought centuries ago may be inhabited by the 10 of fallen warriors, and travelers crossing the pass must take their own precautions, reciting prayers, throwing stones into the cans, the la tars, the spirit cans that dot every Tibetan mountain pass. They would shout, La Yalo, the gods are victorious. A formulaic cry that simultaneously announces your presence to the spirits and asserts the supremacy of the benevolent La over the malevolent forces. Now the La Tars themselves, those ubiquitous cans of stones festooned with prayer flags, are territorial markers, spiritual boundary posts. Every prayer flag is a kind of contract, and every stone placed on the can is a vote of confidence in the cosmic order. Next, we have the Lu, and they're quite interesting too. They cognate with the Sanskrit Naga, the serpent spirits. They inhabit water, springs, lakes, rivers, underground water sources, and the soil itself. They're associated with wealth, fertility, and skin diseases, by the way, which are understood as punishments for polluting water or disturbing soil, and also with the underground world generally. The Lu are among the most commonly encountered spirits in Tibetan daily life, because any activity that disturbs the earth, whether that be digging a foundation, ploughing a field, building a road, well, it risks offending a Lu. The illness that follows, typically a skin condition, a swelling, a mysterious inflammation, is interpreted as the Lu's retaliation, and the cure involves offerings, apologies, the restoration of the disturbed sight, putting things back in their right place. The ecological dimension of the Lu beliefs is significant. The Lu enforce a relationship with the landscape that is, in effect, conservationist. You don't dig without asking, and you don't pollute any water without consequence. The spirits of the earth will punish those who abuse the earth, and that punishment is immediate and physical. Then we have the Sadak, the lords of the earth. They govern the geomancy of building and construction. Before any structure is built in the traditional Tibetan culture, a house, a stupa, a monastery, whatever it is, a practitioner has to consult the astrological and geomantic texts to determine whether the Sadak of that particular place of ground is going to be favorably disposed. Building on a site where the Sadak are hostile will bring illness, misfortune, and structural collapse, not because of engineering failures, but because of spiritual opposition to the building project. The Tibetan system of Sadak is structurally parallel to the Chinese feng shui tradition, and some scholars have argued for direct influence, which is fair enough, but the Tibetan version is a little more personified. because the Sadak are beings with temperaments and preferences who have to be consulted, appeased, and compensated for the disruption that construction inevitably causes. Next we have the Du, the demons, the Mara spirits. They're the most purely malevolent category, causing madness, despair, impulses to take one's own life, and spiritual obstruction. The De, ghosts and spirits of the restless dead. They are people who died with unfinished business and unresolved anger. They have these attachments that prevent them from moving on. The Don, that is malevolent influences, sometimes translated as spirit provocation, are a broader category of harmful spiritual forces that can attach to a person, household, or place, causing a progressive deterioration of health, fortune, and mental stability. The Tibetan diagnostic system for illness includes spiritual causation as a genuine medical category, operating alongside and frequently in tension with Tibetan medical science. The Soa Ripa, a person may be ill because of an imbalance of humors rather, not humor, or because of a dietary problem, or because of a dune, and the appropriate treatment depends on an accurate diagnosis of which kind of causation is operative. But perhaps the most dramatic and distinctly Tibetan form of shamanic practice is the oracle tradition, the practice of trance possession, in which a human medium is entered by a deity who speaks through the medium's body, using the medium's voice, gestures, and physical form to communicate with the human world. A medium through which a deity's signal passes, the oracle functions as a technology of communication between the human and divine world, and what the deity has to say is considered guidance of genuine and immediate practical importance. The most famous oracle in Tibet is the Nechung oracle, the state oracle of Tibet, the medium through whom the protected deity Peyar and his emanation Dorje Drakten communicates with the Tibetan government and the Dalai Lama. The Nechung oracle has been consulted on matters of state policy for centuries, questions of war and peace, the timing of political decisions, all sorts. The current Dalai Lama has spoken openly about consulting the Nechung oracle before making the decision to flee Tibet in 1959, and the oracle continues to be consulted in exile at Dharamsala, India. This is a marginal practice, only if you misunderstand what it is. At the highest level of Tibetan governance, a spirit medium in a state of trance possession provides guidance from a deity who predates Buddhism, and who was bound by Padmasambhava, the great 8th century tantric master who brought Buddhism to Tibet to serve as a protector of the Dharma. We'll talk about him in a moment. Now, the trance itself is a violent and physically demanding phenomenon. The medium, dressed in elaborate ceremonial costume, a heavy brocade robe, a breastplate mirror, and an enormous headdress weighing over 30 pounds that is placed on the medium's head only after the trance has begun, undergoes this visible transformation. The face changes, the voice deepens or rises to an unearthly pitch. The body shakes, convulses, and moves with a strength and agility that the medium does not normally possess. The headdress, so heavy that it would normally crush the wearer's neck, is borne effortlessly during a time of a trance, the physical phenomenon that witnesses find difficult to explain. The oracle speaks, sometimes in a verse, sometimes in archaic dialect, and the words are recorded, analyzed, and acted upon. When the trance ends, the medium collapses, often unconscious, and typically has no memory of what was said. The deity has departed. The history of the Nechung oracle is itself a remarkable narrative. Payar, the deity channeled by the Nechung medium, was originally not a Tibetan deity at all. He was a Central Asian spirit, associated with the monastery of Samye's treasury, who was bound by Padmasambhava and assigned the role of state protector. Over the centuries, the relationship between the Tibetan government and the Nechung oracle became increasingly formalized. The oracle was consulted before major political decisions, before the enthronement of the lamas, before military campaigns. The medium held an official rank in the Tibetan government, a high rank, with servants, a residence, and a salary. The arrangement was unique in world governance, a state that officially consulted a spirit medium as part of its official decision-making process, that treated trance possession as a legitimate source of political guidance, and had maintained the institution for centuries without any shrugs of shoulders or raises of eyebrows, at least not from the locals. The closest parallel, if you didn't catch it, might be the oracle of Delphi in ancient Greece, the Pythia, who prophesied in a state of trance, and, well, the comparison is not superficial. Both traditions involve a human medium, possessed by a deity. Both provide guidance to political authorities, and both operate within a religious framework that takes the reality of divine communication very seriously. The Nechung is the most prominent, but Tibet has hundreds of oracles. There might be village oracles, regional ones, or monastery-level oracles. Each channels a specific deity. Each serves a specific community. The La Pa tradition in rural Tibet and in Tibetan exile communities involves mediums who are possessed by local deities during ceremonies and who provide diagnosis of spiritual affliction, predictions of future events, and instructions of ritual remediation. The practice is particularly strong among the communities of eastern Tibet, Kham and Amdo, and among the Tibetan-speaking peoples of Nepal, Bhutan, and Ladakh. The mediums are typically ordinary people, ones who have been chosen by a deity through initiatory illness we discussed earlier, and who serve their communities part-time, entering trances when called upon, and returning to their daily lives as farmers, herders, or householders when the work is all done. The relationship between the medium and the possessing deity is complex, and in many cases fraught. The deity chooses the medium, not the other way around, and the choice is frequently unwelcome. The initiatory illness can last months or years, and the suffering involved, or the insomnia, hallucinations, the shaking, the social isolation, well, this is all genuine and severe. No one's really putting their hand up to volunteer for that one. Some mediums resist the call for years before accepting it, and the acceptance is described not as a choice, but kind of a surrender. The spirit is stronger than the person, and the person eventually yields because the alternative, i.e. continued illness and torment, is worse than the service the spirit demands. Once accepted, the relationship is lifelong. No retirement plans, I'm afraid. The physical toll of repeated trance possession can be quite severe. It tends to strain the body and disorient. The Nechung mediums historically had short lives, and the physical demands of the full state trance are understood to consume the medium's vital force over time. The oracle is a sacrifice, the ongoing sacrifice of the medium's health and well-being in the service of the community's need for this divine communication. The arrival of Buddhism in Tibet, typically dated to the reign of King Songtsen Gampo in the 7th century CE, but reaching its full institutional establishment under Trisong Detsen in the 8th century, is the defining event in Tibetan shamanism, because it is the moment when the indigenous spirit practices were not destroyed, but rather transformed. Well, and the figure who accomplished that transformation, the figure who is in many ways the single most important individual in Tibetan history, is Padmasambhava, the lotus-born, the Indian tantric master whom the Tibetans called Guru Rinpoche, the precious teacher. According to Tibetan tradition, King Trison Detsen invited the Indian Buddhist scholar Shantarashta to Tibet to establish monasticism and teach Dharma. But this teacher encountered fierce resistance, not from the Tibetan people, but from the spirits. The local deities, the mountain gods, the water spirits, the Tsan and the Du, opposed the new religion. They sent storms, plagues, floods, and lightning strikes against the construction of the first monastery, Samye. Shantarashta recognized that he did not have the power to subdue these spirits. So he advised the king to invite someone else, Padmasambhava, a tantric master of extraordinary power, who was, according to legend, not merely a Buddhist scholar, but a practitioner of the most potent magical arts in the Indian tradition. So Padmasambhava came to Tibet, and he did not ignore the spirits, he rather engaged and confronted them. One by one, he challenged them to combat. He defeated them, not by destroying them, but by binding them with oaths. Each spirit, subdued by Padmasambhava's tantric power, was made to swear an oath to protect the Buddhist Dharma and serve the Buddhist community. The local gods were not abolished, they were converted, or more precisely, they were conscripted. They retained their power, territories, and personalities, but they were now bound to a new master, and their function was redefined. No longer independent agents, acting according to their own interests. They became Dharmapala, protectors of the Dharma, and their ferocity, instead of being directed against Buddhism, was directed against Buddhism's enemies. This is the founding narrative of Tibetan Buddhism's relationship with the spirit world, and it is a narrative of extraordinary political and theological sophistication. Because here's the thing, Padmasambhava never asked the Tibetans to abandon their spirits. He didn't tell them that the spirits were unreal, or that belief in spirits was some kind of superstition. He rather told them that the spirits were indeed real, and that they were powerful. But this time, they'd been brought under Buddhist authority. The old world was incorporated, not destroyed. The mountain god is still in that same mountain. The water spirit is still there in the lake. But now they're serving the Buddha. And the rituals that maintain the relationship with them are now Buddhist rituals, or at least rituals that have been given a Buddhist framing, prayers, and philosophical justification. The pre-Buddhist spirits wear Buddhist clothing. The shamanic practices speak Buddhist language. And the whole system works. It works because it respects both traditions simultaneously, because it does not force a choice between the old and the new, but instead creates a synthesis that is more resilient than either world would be alone. The specific stories of Padmasambhava's subjugation of Tibetan spirits are among the best narratives in Tibetan literature. He subdued the 12 Tenma goddesses, fierce female deities who controlled the weather and fertility of the land, and he bound them as protectresses of the Dharma. He also confronted Nenchen Tangla, the great mountain god of central Tibet, and wrestled him into submission, making him swear allegiance to Buddhism, while allowing him to retain his mountain and worship. He encountered the demoness Srinmo, whose body was believed to underlie the entire Tibetan landscape. Her heart at the site of Jokang Temple in Lhasa, her limbs extending to the borders, and he pinned her down by building temples at specific points of her body, each temple a nail holding the demoness in place. The image of Tibet as a supine demoness pinned down by temples. Now that's probably one of the most interesting cosmological images in any religious tradition. The entire landscape is just a giant body, and the architecture of Buddhism is the system of restraints that keeps that body from rising up. So Padmasambhava's legacy extends far beyond his historical activities. He's believed to have hidden teachings, the terma, treasures, throughout Tibet, concealed in rocks, lakes, and in the minds of future practitioners, ready to be discovered at the appropriate time by treasure revealers, who are his spiritual emanations. The terma tradition is one of the most distinctive features of the Nyingma school of Tibetan Buddhism, and it provides a mechanism for the continuous renewal of the tradition. New teachings appear, discovered by tertons, these treasure revealers, bearing the authority of Padmasambhava himself, addressing the specific needs of the era in which they are found. And this, in effect, a system of ongoing revelation, a way of keeping the teaching alive and responsive, anchored in the authority of the founder but adapted to the present. It is the oldest form of Tibetan Buddhism's encounter with the shamanic tradition, and it ensures that the encounter is never really finalized, never complete. It always has something new, new practices, new relationships with this spirit world. So Tibetan shamanic practice, whether employed by a village medium, a Bon ritualist, or a Buddhist lama, employs a certain toolkit of ritual technologies, and they're quite elaborate and, well, not to mention visually striking. First we have the sang, the smoke offering. That's kind of a fumigation ritual. That's the most ubiquitous. Juniper branches, aromatic herbs, they're all burned on a stone altar or a rooftop, and the smoke rises to the sky, carrying offerings to the La, the celestial deities. The sang is performed daily in many Tibetan households, the first thing in the morning as the sun rises, accompanied by many prayers, by the scattering of tsampas, that is, roasted barley flour, and grains into the fire, and by the recitation of specific texts that invite the deities to accept the offerings. The smoke functions, well, in the Tibetan imagination as follows. The deities consume the essence of the offerings through it, and the rising column of fragrant air is a kind of vertical highway connecting the human world to the divine. The sang is a maintenance ritual, you see. It keeps the relationship between humans and spirits in good repair, performed daily precisely because good relationships require daily attention. And next we have the do, the thread cross, one of the most distinctive objects in Tibetan ritual technology. A geometric statue made of sticks and colored threads. It ranges in scale from something small enough to hold in the hand to enormous. The great does constructed for major rituals can be several meters tall and fantastically complex, incorporating hundreds of threads in specific colors, miniature figures, offerings, and symbolic elements. The does function as a spirit trap, a structure that attracts and contains malevolent forces, forcing them to be drawn out of the afflicted person or household and into the thread cross, which is then removed and destroyed, taking that harmful influence with it. Kind of like a Pied Piper sort of situation. Now, the making of do requires specific knowledge. The colors of the threads correspond to specific elements and directions. The geometric patterns correspond to specific cosmological structures, and the prayers recited during the construction activate the trap. A poorly made do is not going to work. You're wasting your time. A correctly made one, well, that'll get the job done. but it is a precision instrument of spiritual engineering, and you need an expert for something like that. The great Do ceremonies performed at major monasteries are among the most spectacular events you'll find in Tibet. The Do constructed for these ceremonies can be enormous, multi-tiered structures, incorporating silk threads in 5 colors, white, yellow, red, green, blue, corresponding to the 5 elements and the 5 Buddha families, together with miniature weapons, effigies of demons, and offerings of food, butter, and incense. The ceremony itself might be several days long. You'll have the continuous chanting, drumming, the horn blowing, creating a sonic environment of tremendous power. The deep, rumbling Dunchen horns, the clashing cymbals, the shawms of the chanting, they all contribute to an atmosphere designed not merely to accompany the ritual but participate in it. The sound drives away the harmful spirits. The rhythm alters consciousness. In its totality, the ceremony is a complex, multi-sensory, precision-engineered machine for manipulating the relationship between the human and spirit worlds. And then we have the torma, the ritual offering cake made of tsampa, butter, and sometimes decorated with a few little sculptures. It's another essential element. The torma are offered to deities, to protectors, and to malevolent spirits alike. The offering to a malevolent spirit is particularly interesting, you see. You are not worshipping the spirit, rather you are, I guess we can use the word, bribing it. Here's the food, here's the wealth. Now take it and get out of here. The torma offered to a harmful spirit is sometimes thrown violently, hurled out of the ritual space, cast into the river, placed at a crossroads, the physical expulsion of the offering enacting the expulsion of the spirit. It's practical in terms of logic and very unsentimental. Spirits are not philosophized with, they're just fed, and if the feeding doesn't work, they're thrown out by force. Tibetan ritualists are technicians, engineers of the spirit world, and their tools, like all tools, are designed to be functional and work properly, not just decoration. Then we have divination, mo, another essential element of shamanic practice. There are dozens of divination methods. There's dice divination, rosary divination, counting the beads in a specific pattern, mirror divination, i.e. gazing into a polished surface until visions appear, and flame divination, reading the behavior of a butter lamp's flame. The most common form, accessible to any trained practitioner, is dice divination. The practitioner recites a specific prayer, throws the dice, and interprets the result according to elaborate tables that correlate the dice values with specific recommended actions and diagnoses. The divination is a diagnostic tool used to determine the cause of illness, the advisability of a journey, the outcome of business, and, well, just the identity of the spirit causing any problems. And Tibetans consult Mo quite regularly for decisions large and small. The results are, of course, taken with complete seriousness. The divination is understood to work through the intervention of the deity invoked during the prayer. The deity guides the dice, and the dice speak the deity's answer. Next we have the lü, a ritual ransom, another fascinating practice. When a person is afflicted by the spirit, a ritualist may construct a lü, a substitute figure often made of dough, dressed in the afflicted person's clothing, marked with the person's name, and offer it to the spirit as a replacement. Take this instead of the person, kind of like a hostage negotiation. Accept the substitute, release the human. The lü is a decoy, basically, a ritual stand-in, and its use rests on the assumption that the spirits can be fooled, that they will accept this representation in place of the reality, the effigy in place of the flesh. The practice is structurally identical to substitution rituals found across many cultures, and it suggests a universal human intuition. The supernatural world, however powerful and dangerous, is not infinitely intelligent. You can trick it, and the ritualist, who knows how to trick it, is the person who keeps the entire community alive. But Tibetan shamanism's most profound contribution to the world of spiritual thought is its understanding of death, specifically the concept of bardo, the intermediate state between death and rebirth, described with extraordinary precision in the Bardo Todal, the liberation through hearing in the intermediate state. Of course, in the West we know this as the Tibetan Book of the Dead. Now, if you want a full explanation about the Tibetan Book of the Dead, we did a full video on that too, so you'll find that in the playlist. Anyway, the Bardo Todal is a guidebook, a text that is read aloud to a dying or recently deceased person to guide their consciousness through the bewildering, terrifying, and potentially liberating experiences of the intermediate state. The bardo is a series of phases: the bardo of dying, the bardo of luminosity, becoming, and each preserves a specific vision, specific deities and dangers and opportunities. The peaceful deities appear first, radiating gentle light. If the consciousness cannot recognize them as projections of its own mind, the wrathful deities appear, terrifying, blood-drinking and skull-wearing figures. Of course, they're all extremely powerful. These wrathful deities are the same beings as the peaceful ones. They are appearing in their fierce aspect, however, because the consciousness was not ready for the gentle version. Here's the message: do not be afraid. Everything you see is just in your own mind projected outward. Recognize it, accept it, and you'll be liberated. But fail to recognize it, and you are swept into the next rebirth, propelled by the momentum of your karma into another life, another body, round 2 or 3 or 4 or hell, round 100, however many times you fail in the bardos. The role of the ritualist in the death process is crucial. The person who reads the Bardo Todal, the Lama, the monk, the practitioner, is functioning as a guide for the dead, a kind of psychopomp in the older shamanic sense, a person who accompanies the soul on its journey and knows the territory, can point out all the dangers and landmarks. The practice of powa, the transference of consciousness at the moment of death, is a specific tantric technique in which a skilled practitioner directs the consciousness of the dying person upward through the crown of the head, ideally into a state of liberation or into a favorable rebirth. The practitioner who performs powa is, in effect, a shaman, a person who moves between the world of the living and the world of the dead, and who navigates the bardo on behalf of someone who cannot do it alone. Of course, the technology has changed. Buddhist mantras instead of drum beats, philosophical frameworks instead of spirit maps, but the function is identical to the oldest shamanic role, and that is guiding the dead to their next destination. Next we have sky burial. JSTOR, giving alms to birds, is the most common form of corpse disposal on the Tibetan plateau, where the frozen, treeless ground makes burial impractical, and the scarcity of fuel makes cremation quite expensive. The body is taken to a charnel ground on a hilltop, where a body breaker, as they're called, rogyapa, dismembers the corpse and feeds it to vultures. The practice is profoundly spiritual. The offering of the body to the birds is a final act of generosity, the dana paramita, the perfection of giving, in which the deceased offers the last thing they possess, their own flesh, for the benefit of other sentient beings. The vultures are recipients of a gift. The body, consumed, is returned to the cycle of life, not buried in the ground, not burned to ash, but transformed into the flight of birds. The body that was a person this morning is a bird by afternoon. The transformation is complete, visible, and irreversible. The Tibetan understanding of death is the most shamanic element of the entire tradition because it directly addresses the oldest question of shamanism. What happens when the soul leaves the body? The Tibetan answer is more detailed and more philosophically sophisticated than many other shamanic traditions' answers, but its core is the same. The dead travel, they encounter beings, and they need a little bit of help to be guided through. The person who guides them is performing the function that human communities have needed since the beginning of time, standing at the boundary between the living and the dead, making that crossing possible. Well, today, the Bon religion is a full, institutionally sophisticated religious tradition. It's got its own monasteries, its own literature, its own ordained clergy, and its own philosophical schools. When people encounter Bon for the first time, they sometimes mistake it for a kind of Tibetan Buddhism, and the superficial resemblances are real. I mean, both traditions use similar technology, ritual objects, monastery structures. But the relationship is deeper and more contested than simple resemblance implies. Bon and Buddhism have been in continuous interaction for over 1,000 years, always borrowing, competing, occasionally persecuting, and the current forms of both tradition bear the marks of that very long and complicated entanglement. What Bon preserves, that is genuinely distinct from Buddhism, is the specific cosmological orientation and the specific relationship to the pre-Buddhist spirit world. The Bon practitioners are the custodians of the oldest documented layer of Tibetan shamanic tradition, the layer that predates Padmasambhava's taming of spirits, the one that exists in the Dunhuang manuscripts as this world before the Buddhist reframe. The specific Bon rituals for the dead are the most complete surviving examples of the pre-Buddhist Tibetan concern with the welfare of the dead we discussed earlier. The Bon understanding of the soul, its multiple components, vulnerability and needs during and after death, is in many ways older and more granular than the Buddhist account, preserving a stratum of folk psychology whose roots extend to the earliest period of Tibetan religious life. The Bon monastery of Menri, established in Tibet in the 15th century and re-established in exile at Dolanji, India after 1967, is the institutional center of contemporary Bon tradition. Its abbot, Menri Trizin, holds the equivalent position in Bon that the Dalai Lama holds in Tibetan Buddhism, the most senior religious authority of the entire tradition. The Bon canon, i.e. the Bon Kangyur and Tengyur, runs to several hundred volumes and contains material of extraordinary antiquity alongside later compositions. The ongoing scholarly work of translating, cataloging, and contextualizing all this, conducted by Bon scholars working in India, Europe, and America, is one of the most important projects in the study of Inner Asian religion, precisely because Bon preserves in its textual traditions a record of the pre-Buddhist Tibetan world that is available nowhere else. The specific Bon practitioners who maintain the most direct connection to the shamanic heritage are the Shen, the ritual specialists whose title and specific practices preserve the oldest layer of tradition. The Shen tradition encompasses practices for the living and the dead, for the management of the spirit world, and navigation of that landscape that bear the closest resemblance to the pre-Buddhist practices described in the Dunhuang manuscripts. In remote areas of the Tibetan Plateau and in the Tibetan communities of Nepal, Shen practitioners continue to perform ceremonies that their Buddhist neighbors regard as archaic. as belonging to a world that Buddhism has superseded, while the Bon communities themselves understand these same practices as the essential foundations of the entire Tibetan spiritual world, this root from which everything else must grow. Of course, there is the question of survival and continuity. The Chinese occupation of Tibet began in 1950, and then there was the Cultural Revolution's systematic destruction of Tibetan religious life, along with pretty much everything else in the 60s and 70s. It devastated the institutional framework of Tibetan shamanic practice. Monasteries got demolished and ritual objects were destroyed. Practitioners were prosecuted, imprisoned, forced to publicly renounce their practices. Not a good time. The assault was comprehensive and deliberate. The authorities understood correctly that Tibetan religious practice was the primary vehicle of Tibetan cultural identity, and with all the rebellions going on and all the rest, well, destroying it was seen as a path of assimilation. But the practices survived. They survive in exile, in the Tibetan refugee communities in India, Nepal, Bhutan, where the Dalai Lama re-established the Nechung oracle, where monastery traditions were reconstituted and village ritualists continued their work among displaced communities. And they survived inside Tibet itself, in the homes and hearts of practitioners who maintained their knowledge through all those decades of hard times. Well, the spirits, the Tibetans say, didn't leave when the 1950s hit. They're still there in the mountains, lakes, and earth, still waiting. And nowadays, if you go to Tibet, it's very Tibetan. I know that sounds a bit strange, but things have moved on from those days of the Cultural Revolution. Nowadays, Tibetan culture is preserved quite well in Tibet. The local government has all the old festivals and everything, and, well, it's all very quintessentially Tibetan, to the point that the Chinese government tolerates, but Beijing is a long, long way away. I suppose it exists in this state of dynamic tension between preservation and adaptation, tradition and modernity, the homeland and the diaspora. In Dharamsala, the Nechung oracle continues to be consulted. In Nepal, the La Pa tradition remains strong in Tibetan-speaking communities. In Ladakh and Bhutan, local oracle traditions continue with relatively little disruption. And inside Tibet, the revival has been underway since the 1980s, though the political situation remains, a little bit precarious. Practitioners have to navigate this relationship with the authorities. In the West, Tibetan Buddhism has attracted millions of followers, but the shamanic dimensions of the tradition are often downplayed or ignored by Western teachers who are a little uncomfortable with spirit possession, trance, and the robust, unapologetic engagement with non-human beings that characterizes traditional Tibetan practice. The Western engagement with Tibetan shamanism has been ambivalent from the start. The early Western explorers, Alexander David Neal, just to mention one, who spent years in Tibet in the early 20th century and wrote vivid accounts of hermits who generated body heat through meditation, of oracles who prophesied in trance, and monks who could allegedly fly. Not sure if we believe that one, but who knows? Let's keep our minds open, shall we? In any way, it produced accounts that oscillated between fascination and incredulity. The scholarly tradition, beginning with Tucci and continuing through Samuel, Carme, and Bellezza, has treated this shamanic dimension of Tibetan religion with increasing seriousness, recognizing that it is an integral, functioning component of the tradition rather than a primitive overlay on an otherwise sophisticated, new and shiny Buddhism. The anthropologist Jeffrey Samuel's landmark study, Civilized Shamans, argue that Tibetan Buddhism is, at its core, a shamanic tradition, that the techniques of meditation, visualization, and tantric practice that characterize Tibetan Buddhism are structurally identical to the techniques of shamanic trance, and that the Tibetan Lama is functionally a shaman who has been given philosophical training and institutional authority. Maybe. The argument's controversial, I suppose. Many Buddhist scholars reject the comparison. But it does capture something important about the continuity between the pre-Buddhist ritual on the high plateau and the robed monk in the monastery. A continuity far greater than institutional distinctions between them might suggest. I suppose it's up to the individual's perception. So what do you think? Pretty fascinating, this engagement with spirits, which I suppose at its foundation is a philosophical position. You know, the insistence that the world is inhabited and the landscape is a community of conscious beings, that human well-being is inseparable from the quality of one's relationships of the non-human world. Well, it's all quite fascinating. And if you've not been to Tibet, well, I have one thing to tell you. Go to Tibet. Quite a fascinating place. If you do go on a tour, try and get one that carries oxygen with them, because sometimes it's, when they say that Tibet is breathtaking, they mean it quite literally. The elevation, it can be quite a shock. You'll take some time to get used to it. Great liberation through hearing in the intermediate state, better known as the Tibetan Book of the Dead, or properly titled Bardo Todal Chenmo. It's one of the most influential, but frequently misunderstood works of Tibetan Buddhist literature. It emerged from the tantric religious culture of medieval Tibet, and the text is traditionally attributed to Padmasambhava, and said to have been revealed in the 14th century by the visionary Karma Lingpa. Now, regardless of the debates over its precise authorship, the Bardo Todal reflects a mature synthesis of Indian Mahayana philosophy, Vajrayana ritual practice, and uniquely Tibetan approaches to consciousness, spiritual liberation, and death. But it doesn't just function as a simple funerary text. It presents death as an experiential process that unfolds in structured transitional states known as bardos, during which consciousness enters increasingly vivid manifestations of its own nature. Liberation, according to the text, depends not on judgment or external salvation, but rather on recognition, recognizing the luminous, empty nature of mind when ordinary perception goes through its collapse. Read aloud to the dying or the recently deceased, the text serves both as a ritual instruction and a philosophical guide. It's a pretty good window into how Tibetan Buddhism understands death, not just as an ending, but as a final and decisive opportunity for awakening. And here we are. Welcome to the channel for any newcomers, and hello to anyone returning. I'm the guy, the host, and we'll be spending the next hour together talking about the Tibetan Book of the Dead. So how about before we begin, you drop a like on the video, subscribe if you haven't already, and leave a comment on what your thoughts are about all this. Really good for engagement. Also, thank you to those keeping everything ad-free by supporting on Patreon, YouTube memberships, donations, and the merch store. That's the reason why we have an entire ad-free channel. It's pretty good, huh? Anyway, with all that being said, let's get on to the topic at hand, the Tibetan Book of the Dead. So, where does the story begin? Well, we find ourselves for that in the age of Tibet's early kings, and the introduction of Buddhism to the land of snows, that it is called. Now, according to traditional Tibetan accounts, the core teachings of the Bardo Thodal originated with the Indian Buddhist master Padmasambhava in the 8th century CE. Padmasambhava, also known as Guru Rinpoche or the Precious Master, was invited to Tibet during the reign of King Trisong Detsen to help establish Buddhism in a more formal context. The charismatic yogi and tantric adept Padmasambhava is said to have subdued Tibet's unruly spirit deities and firmly implanted Buddhist teachings into Tibetan soil. In the course of his mission, he also imparted esoteric teachings that were deemed perhaps too advanced or too dangerous for people of that era. They were just getting the hang of the basics, and, you've got to get the foundation first. As legend has it, Padmasambhava, with the help of his closest disciple and consort, Yeshe Tsogyal, recorded these secret teachings and hid them away as terma, or treasure texts, to be discovered by future generations once they could handle it. One of those hidden treasures was the cycle of teachings called Zabcho Shitro, profound Dharma of the peaceful and wrathful ones, which includes the text which is now known as the Tibetan Book of the Dead. So, for centuries these teachings remained concealed, tucked into mountain caves, monastery walls, and even the ethereal fabric of space, depending on the version of the story. The concealment was deliberate, though. In Tibetan belief, terma are teachings planted in the earth or in consciousness, to be revealed at a time when they will be most beneficial. Fast forward to the 14th century, a turbulent period in Tibetan history marked by political violence and a renaissance of spiritual discovery. It was at this time that a young visionary, Karma Lingpa, 1326 to 1386, made a rather astonishing find. Karma Lingpa was known as a terton, a treasure revealer, someone believed to have the destiny to uncover the hidden teachings of Padmasambhava. And so, at the tender age of 15, while meditating on the slopes of Mount Gampodar in central Tibet, Karma Lingpa discovered a cache of terma texts, said to be left by Padmasambhava centuries earlier. Among these was a manuscript titled Bardo Thodal Chenmo, written in archaic script on yellowed scrolls. Recognizing its profound significance, Karma Lingpa brought this treasure to light, initiating its propagation. Tradition holds that Karma Lingpa was certainly not an ordinary lad, but the rebirth of Chokro Lu Gyaltsen, one of Padmasambhava's 25 chief disciples. Now, this auspicious connection, according to the Tibetans, destined him to uncover and interpret Guru Rinpoche's hidden teachings. But historically speaking, modern scholarship finds it likely that the Bardo Thodal was composed around the time of its, quote, discovery, around the 14th or 15th century, rather than literally written in the 8th. The traditional story credits Padmasambhava and Yeshe Tsogyal as the original authors and saviors of the teaching, but academic researchers suggest that the text may be a compilation by multiple unknown authors over time, coalescing, of course, into a more formal collective work in the medieval era. Always ruining the fun, modern scholarship. But this does not diminish its value, especially not in the eyes of Tibetan practitioners. On the contrary, the terma tradition gives the text an aura of timeless wisdom. To the faithful, the Bardo Thodal is a revealed truth, a scripture with a lineage that transcends any single human author. It is believed that Padmasambhava, from his enlightened state, foresaw the needs of future beings and ensured that this guide to the afterlife would emerge when the time was right. And indeed, when Karma Lingpa unveiled the text, Tibetans embraced it as both ancient and fresh, a continuation of Buddhism's import into Tibet and a revitalization of Tibetan spiritual life during the 14th century. As for Karma Lingpa, he himself became the transmitter of these teachings. Though he was born into the Nyingpa school, the ancient school of Tibetan Buddhism, which treasures Padmasambhava's legacy rather, his disciples spanned other schools as well. Now notably, his revelations were preserved in the Kagyu lineage at the Surmang monasteries, through which they were eventually also spreading out to the Nyingma circles. Now this sort of intersection of traditions helped the Bardo Todal teachings gain wide acceptance among the Tibetan Buddhists, and that crossed many of the sectarian lines, because I do remember with Buddhism there really isn't a one-size-fits-all. There's certain different things that come into it. You've got Mahayana and Theravada just at the surface level of it, but then in Tibet too you have the yellow hat sects and all of that sort of thing. It's all a bit complicated. Perhaps I'll explain all that in a different kind of video. In any case, let's move on. So over the subsequent centuries, the text entered the corpus of Tibetan religious literature and became pretty much integrated into the Tibetan funeral rituals and meditative practices. Of course, much of these old ritual practices came from the old shamanic days, and there was a little bit of adaptation that happened between the Buddhist circles and the old animist religions of Tibet. In any case, the monastic lineages carried forward its oral instructions, and commentaries were written by learned lamas to elucidate its difficult symbolism. By the time the modern era arrived, the Bardo Todal was firmly established as a classic of Tibetan spiritual literature. Though that being said, it remained virtually unknown outside of Tibet, into at least the 20th century. Now, before we get on to looking at how the Bardo Todal came to global attention, which we will get to, it's important to understand the Tibetan Buddhist view of death, just in general, but also afterlife, because that's what really forms the backdrop of the text. So when we talk about the Tibetan Book of the Dead, we have to remember it's rooted in the fundamental Buddhist belief in samsara. Basically, without going into too deep an explanation, samsara is effectively the cycle of death and rebirth. And in the laws of karma, of course, that drives this cycle, that's basically how everything's organized. In classical Buddhist understanding, ordinary beings are reborn over and over, but they are reborn in various realms of existence. Now, effectively that's human, animal, godly, ghostly, or if you're really unlucky, hellish, according to your past actions and mental states. And then there is nirvana, enlightenment, that offers an escape from this cycle by extinguishing the ignorance and attachments that keep it turning. What makes the Tibetan tradition distinctive is its elaborate description of the intermediate state between death and rebirth, which is called the Bardo, literally in-between state. While Indian Buddhist texts also mention intermediate states, Tibetan Vajrayana Buddhism greatly expanded on the concept, mapping out the Bardo in detail and using it as a teaching tool for understanding the mind. In Tibetan thought, life itself is a series of bardos, intermediate phases, not just the after-death state. There is a bardo of living, the bardo of dreaming, even the bardo of meditation. But the Bardo Thodal focuses on the post-mortem bardos, which are often enumerated as 3 stages between death and rebirth. Now, first of all, we have the Chikai Bardo, the bardo of the moment of death, and this is the phase of the actual dying process. You see, at the point of death, Tibetan teachings say that ordinary senses and elements of the body begin to dissolve one by one, and that reveals the fundamental ground of mind. It is in this moment the deceased person experiences the clear light, a blazing, limitless radiance. That is nothing other than the true nature of mind, or indeed we could say the ultimate reality. It is described as being like a void in a cloudless sky, a brilliant light with no boundary or form. If the consciousness can recognize this clear light as its own nature, essentially identifying with the enlightened state, then instant liberation is possible. But you got to remember, for most beings this moment passes too quickly, or unrecognized due to previous habits and confusion. They don't really have the clarity to observe the Chikai Bardo. It's just all happens too quick, I suppose. Now next we have the Chonyid Bardo, which is also known as the Bardo of ultimate reality, or of the experiencing of reality in the true sense. After the first Bardo, the consciousness of the departed enters a series of visionary experiences. In the Bardo Thodal, it is in this stage that one enters a kind of pageantry of peaceful and wrathful desires intertwined. Over a period of days, traditionally 14 in the narrative of the text, the disembodied mind perceives first an array of peaceful Buddhas and Bodhisattvas manifesting in glorious forms of light and compassion. Now, just quickly, a Bodhisattva is kind of like, how do I explain a Bodhisattva? Think about like someone who has ascended to nirvana, but they sort of still have a job to do on earth. That's probably a terrible explanation. Please correct me if I'm wrong. I don't want to boil it down to the terms of a demigod, but perhaps in terms of just simple understanding so we can move on, we can look at it like that. Kind of just like semi-divine beings. If I've got that wrong, just correct me in the comments. I'm sure someone will. Well, anyway, these are followed by increasingly intense and frightening forms, i.e. the wrathful deities, terrifying figures often depicted with monstrous faces, loud noises, and a tumult of dazzling lights. To one unprepared, these visions can be overwhelming. Yet, crucially, and this is quite important, the text emphasizes that all of these apparitions are simply projections of your own mind. It's not real. The peaceful deities reflect the luminous qualities of our true nature, whereas the wrathful ones represent the same enlightened energies, only appearing fierce to shock the mind out of its clinging. The key instruction, repeated throughout, is that the departed soul should recognize these visions as illusions, as the natural manifestations of the mind, basically, and therefore just avoid fear or attraction to them. If one recognizes a deity's form as one's own mind, well, then one can merge with it, attaining the state of that deity, which is ultimately enlightenment. Thus liberation remains possible at each juncture, if recognition dawns. Now the next, the third one, we have the Sidpa Bardo, the Bardo of becoming, effectively rebirth. Now as days pass, and if the consciousness still fails to attain liberation in the second Bardo, it gradually finds itself drawn towards re-entering a new life. In this stage, the mind witnesses scenarios that foreshadow the mode of rebirth. Karma, the momentum of past actions begins to assert itself, and the consciousness is pulled toward one or another of the 6 realms of existence, from heavenly realms down to the hellish realms, and of course the human world. The Tibetan Book of the Dead gives surprisingly practical advice at this stage. It instructs the roaming consciousness on how to choose a good rebirth. Now, what do we mean by that? Well, for instance, it advises seeking a womb in a spiritual household, or at least in a conducive circumstance, rather than being seduced by attractive but spiritually barren situations. The text also warns quite vividly that even if one is drawn to something as lowly as an animal's birth, say finding oneself fascinated by a pile of refuse, a sign of a possible rebirth as an insect or worm, which is not ideal, one should resist these kinds of things and recall the more lofty aspirations. There is almost visceral caution driving home to the point that the consciousness in the bardo is thought to have a certain lucidity, but also a degree of choice, albeit remember that all of this is clouded by your past tendencies. By hearing and heeding the guidance of the Bardo Thodal, the idea is that the soul can steer away from an unfortunate rebirth, and instead find a path that offers a better chance at enlightenment. So, if we look at it in the most simple terms, in these 3 steps, your past actions, all the karma and everything else, is kind of meant to clear away all the mist and the path. And with the guidance of the Book of the Dead, you're meant to find the most ideal situation. Now, maybe it's not going to be enlightenment, because, well, nirvana, achieving nirvana and escaping samsara, well, that's kind of the end game for Buddhism, the Buddhist ticket to heaven, if you will. But at least if you've accumulated your karma well enough, if your past deeds have been good enough to clear away that mist, light a path for you with the help of the Bardo Thodal, then maybe you can be reincarnated into another human form and, well, you've got another chance at escaping samsara. It's easier to escape samsara as a human being than it is as a worm or a cockroach. And none of us want to end up as a worm or a cockroach. Now, underpinning this entire journey of the Bardo is a pretty sophisticated understanding of the subtle nature of the mind. It's interesting, Tibetan Buddhism teaches that at the moment of death, the gross mind, with all of its thoughts and ordinary perceptions, begins to subside, and in its place, you get a subtle consciousness, which is often called the mind of clear light. This subtlest consciousness is what transmigrates from one life to the next, but it is also the aspect of the mind that advanced meditators try to familiarize themselves with during their worldly life, for it is seen as the link between our individual mind and the universal ground of reality. The Bardo Thodal's teachings on clear light, the moment of death, align with the Dzogchen and Mahamudra meditative traditions, which basically aim to recognize the emptiness of the mind here and now. Well, in essence, the text is telling the dying person that the experience that they are about to undergo, including that dazzling clear light and the array of deities, are manifestations of your own mind. It all comes from the inside. So, don't be afraid, and you'll be free. You have to face it with a bit of courage, and face it with the knowledge that you have learned through the Bardo Thodal and all of your accumulated study into anything related. But I think, too, it's a pretty good psychological and spiritual message. It's just wrapped up in the rich imagery of Tantric Buddhism. But what makes the Tibetan Book of the Dead so fascinating is the blend of the practical and symbolic in its teachings. You see, on one hand, it's really pragmatic, often written in the second person as like direct instructions to the person who has died. It acts kind of like a coach massaging the shoulders of the dead, reminding the bewildered consciousness of what is happening and how they should respond at each stage. Now, on the other hand, it's also a deeply allegorical and mystical text, encoding high Buddhist philosophies in the form of deities and lights. One of the central themes is recognition versus fear. The peaceful and wrathful deities that appear in the second bardo, the Chonyid bardo, number 100 in total, traditionally 42 peaceful deities and 58 wrathful deities. Now these figures correspond to Tantric Buddhist mandalas found in the Nyingma tradition. In particular, they relate to the teachings of Guhyabardha Tantra, an important Mahayoga Tantra. The peaceful deities include the various Buddhas, such as Vairocana, Amitabha, Avalokiteshvara, okay, that's the one, excuse me, and so on. And they often are depicted in a blaze of soft and rainbow-colored light. They emanate serenity and offer the possibility of the soul merging into their radiance. And then there's the wrathful ones, which manifest a bit later. They include fearsome forms like Herukas and Dakinis, with ferocious appearances. Deities adorned with skulls, wielding weapons, roaring and laughing loudly amid the fires and blood. But despite their terrifying form, Tibetans understand that these wrathful deities are not evil in that sense, not evil in a separate realm, but rather wrathful compassion of the Buddhas. They frighten only to jolt the consciousness out of its complacency or stubborn clinging. But for a devout Tibetan who has heard the teachings or seen painted Thangka images of these 100 peaceful and wrathful deities during life, their appearance in the bardo would ideally trigger a memory. Kind of like, I know this one. This is the warning they gave me that the manifestations of my own mind would come and trick me, and I need not to fear it. And in fact, within Tibetan Buddhism there are meditative practices where one visualizes or rehearses encountering the peaceful and wrathful forms, often as part of advanced tantric sadhanas, or in the context of the Dzogchen treasure teachings. The famed cham dances performed annually in Tibetan communities, ritual dances with monks wearing elaborate costumes and fearsome masks of wrathful deities, serve partly to acquaint the living with the very figures that they will encounter after death. A child in a traditional village might sit on their mother's lap watching cham dancers swirling by, imprinting on the mind these memorable images of enlightened beings in peaceful or wrathful guise. Year after year, the spectacle silently teaches the population what to expect in the after-death journey. There could be hardly more than a vivid form of death education, if we're going to look at it like that. By the time a person reaches the end of their own life, they are, in a pretty good sense, already familiar with the beings that await them. And, as the Book of the Dead advises, this familiarity can save one from terror and despair once they get to that bardo. And another key figure of the Bardo Total is encapsulated in its title, Liberation Through Hearing. The underlying premise is that even after physical death, the consciousness can still hear and benefit from spiritual instruction, especially if it's delivered by someone with whom the deceased has had a connection, such as a guru or a respected lama. Think about how they say people in comas can still hear you talking to them somehow. It's kind of like that. Therefore, The text is meant to be read aloud in the presence of the dead, or within earshot of it, so that the departing soul can hear the guidance. Tibetan lamas often emphasize that the Bardo Thodal is ideally intended for a practitioner who is familiar with its teachings during life. In other words, it's not a magic spell that can save an untrained person at the last minute, but rather a reminder for someone who has prepared. Kind of like a boxing coach shouting instructions from the corner of the ring, this kind of thing. Nonetheless, it's become customary in Tibet for these texts to be read for virtually anyone who has died. It's kind of a gesture of compassion, but also a way of invoking the power of the Buddha's teachings. It is believed that even an ordinary person's consciousness, in the vulnerable and open state of the bardo, might be inspired or steadied by hearing the sacred words. It might not lead them to nirvana, but it'll certainly lead them away from a subpar reincarnation. The practical instructions in the text are actually quite detailed. In the opening section, for example, there are the instructions for the transference of consciousness at the moment of death, a practice wherein the dying person or a lama on their behalf propels the consciousness out of the body through the crown of the head, aiming it toward enlightenment or a pure realm. If that is not successfully accomplished before the last breath, the text then says the lama or guide should sit by the body and begin reading the instructions from the Bardo Thodal. There are specific passages to be read on each day of the bardo, corresponding to which experiences or deities are likely to manifest. For instance, on the day of death itself, day 1, the consciousness encounters the brilliant, clear light. On day 2, the peaceful deity Vairocana appears. On the next day, Varyasattva, in some traditions, or other peaceful deities appear. But as the days progress, more deities from each cardinal direction appear in turn, followed by the eventual shift to the wrathful manifestations. The text carefully describes the light associated with each Buddha. For example, the gentle white light of the peaceful deities versus the harsh red or smoke-colored lights of lower rebirth temptations, and repeatedly urges the soul not to be afraid of the brightest lights. Each day's reading includes phrases like, "Do not be afraid of this bright, dazzling light. It is the radiance of your own dharma, or true nature, dharmata. Let your mind rest in it. Recognize it as your home." Conversely, the text warns the soul against following the dim, enticing lights that lead back to samsaric rebirth, such as the soft glow said to lead to the human world, or the dull smoke leading to the hellish worlds. These are linked to one's habitual karma and desires. The notion is that the bardo consciousness, if not properly guided, will instinctively gravitate toward the familiar, even if that means returning to suffering, rather than embracing the blinding purity of enlightenment. Thus, the Bardo Thodal attempts a kind of radical intervention. It pleads with the departed to choose liberation over this cyclical existence again and again at each opportunity. For the modern reader, the cosmology depicted in the Tibetan Book of the Dead might seem, well, a little bit fantastical. But the text's insight can certainly be appreciated on multiple levels. Psychologically, the journey through the bardos can be read as a journey through one's own psyche, confronting the projections of one's mind, the peaceful visions when we are at ease, and the monstrous visions born of our fears and aggression. It is telling that the text insists the peaceful and wrathful deities are not external beings, but rather emanations of mind. This reflects a core teaching of Tibetan Vajrayana Buddhism, the idea that enlightenment and hell are not places, but states of consciousness. This inner focus made the Bardo Thodal intriguing to Western psychologists like Carl Jung, who saw in it a map of the archetypal mind. Jung and others interpreted the Bardo journey as a symbolic representation of the process of individuation and the confrontation with one's shadowy aspects. While such interpretations differ from a traditional Tibetan exegesis, they certainly show the text's richness. It is part spiritual guide, part work of art, and psychological drama, all wrapped into one. In traditional Tibetan culture, the Bardo Thodal became an integral part of death rituals, especially within the Buddhist communities of the Nyingma lineage and beyond. When a person was nearing death, their teacher, or a local lama, might be called to perform rites that would help the dying individual out. This could include whispering the sacred mantras, like the mantra of Avalokiteshvara, Om Mani Padme Hum, in the person's ear, or guiding them through a poa visualization. As death occurs, monks or lamas often remain with the body, since it is believed that subtle consciousness may linger for a time, some say until the person's physical signs of decomposition begin. It is during this critical window, immediately after death, that the Tibetan Book of the Dead's recitation is begun in an ideal scenario. Even in the absence of a learned lama, families would do whatever they could, reciting whatever prayers they knew, or simply reading from the Book of the Dead themselves. It was not uncommon for a written copy of the Bardo Thodal to be placed near the deceased, sometimes under the pillow, or at the head of a bed, as a talisman of guidance to accompany the soul. During these ceremonies, sections of the Bardo Thodal are read aloud. In some regions, the text is read every day in entirety, or in portions, especially early on after death. The Lama would sit near the corpse or a picture of the deceased, and with the rhythmic chanting typical of Tibetan liturgy, he would deliver the urgent advice, reminding the consciousness of the teachings, urging it not to cling to its past life, or its now lifeless body, which in Buddhism we just call the vehicle, and gently guiding it toward the clear light or toward recognition of the illusions it will face. This ritualized reading continues at intervals for as long as the bardo is believed to last. According to the Tibetan Buddhist understanding, the maximum duration of the intermediate state is 49 days, about 7 weeks, though rebirth can occur at any point within that time. Many families and monasteries hold prayer ceremonies on a weekly basis after a death, for example on the 7th, 14th, and 21st days, and so on, up to the 49th, to make offerings and read guidance to the deceased. Now, the number 49 is not arbitrary. It is 7 times 7, reflecting a notion of completeness in many Buddhist traditions. And also this number of 7 does seem to repeat somewhat in Buddhist tradition. For example, when the Buddha was born, immediately out of the womb, he had walked 7 steps, and with each step that he walked, a lotus would spring up from the footfall. There's a few other instances of it, but that's the one that comes to mind. In any case, during each of these milestone days, monks may gather to recite not only the Bardo Thodal, but also other sutras and mantras dedicated to the dead, transferring merit to help the departed on their journey. Family members participate by offering lamps to light the path of the soul, or the soul rather, burning incense and sometimes making effigies or ritual cakes called torma. that symbolically provide a body for the spirit to cling to, which is then ceremonially destroyed to encourage the spirit to let go and move on to whatever awaits him. Now, it should be noted that not every Tibetan funeral would have used the Book of the Dead text explicitly. In some areas, or among other Buddhist schools, such as, for example, the Sakya school or the Gelug school, the lamas might recite different canonical texts or prayers for the dead. But in any case, the underlying principles were pretty similar, and over time the influence of the Bardo Thodal seeped broadly into Tibetan mortuary culture. The idea that the consciousness wanders for up to 49 days and can be guided during that time is a pan-sectarian Tibetan belief, not limited to one school. In fact, the current Dalai Lama, which is the head of the Gelug school, has written that the Bardo Thodal teachings are deeply meaningful and has himself participated in commentary and translation efforts for the text. This indicates that the work, while a Nyingma treasure by origin, came to be respected across Tibetan Buddhism. But here's a unique aspect of Tibetan death practice: the famed sky burial, JSTOR, in which a human corpse is offered to vultures and other scavengers on a mountaintop. Outsiders sometimes wonder how this practice coincides with the spiritual focus on the mind's journey. And they're not the only ones who do it. The Zoroastrians do it as well. There's a word for it, I can't quite remember. I know in Zoroastrian tradition they have what is called a tower of silence, and, well, the body kind of comes from the earth and returns to nature in that way. Now, as for the Tibetans, they see that the body is merely an empty vessel once consciousness has departed. Thus, it is an act of generosity and realism to dispose of it in a way that actually benefits other creatures. While the sky burial ritual is taking place on a physical level, monks might simultaneously chant prayers or mantras, occasionally including verses from the Bardo Thodal, to continue assisting the soul. In Tibetan accounts, there are stories of realized masters whose consciousness would leave the body in a deliberate manner, a rainbow body or a Serfdom meditative state, after which their corpses might remain uncorrupted or shrink significantly. In such exceptional cases, rituals like the reading of the Bardo Thodal are sometimes considered unnecessary because the person has attained enlightenment at death. But for the most part, the full range of ritualism is applied. The communal aspect of Tibetan funerary rites is also notable. Death in a village was not only a family matter, but more of a community event, and one where everyone participated in generating merit for the deceased. People would attend prayer gatherings, say their own mantras, and of course comfort the family. There is a practical psychology here too. The rituals serve the living as much as the dead. As one Tibetan Lama explained, the prayers at death are also for the sake of those who are left behind. Performing meaningful spiritual actions gives the bereaved a way to channel their grief positively, and reassures them that they have done something helpful for their loved one, rather than just, sitting there in their sorrow. The Bardo Thodal itself even addresses any possible eavesdroppers among the living. It teaches by example that death is a journey and not an endpoint, perhaps reducing the fear of one's own mortality. And so in this way the Tibetan Book of the Dead functions on multiple levels in society. It's not just a manual for the dying, it's also a comfort for the living, and an affirmation of core Buddhist tenets that the community collectively witnesses. So for hundreds of years, the Bardo Thodal remained within the Tibetan cultural and religious sphere. It was preserved in monasteries and transmitted by lamas to their disciples, but it was virtually unknown to the outside world. But all that changed in the early 20th century, when Western scholars and seekers began to explore Tibetan Buddhism. Now, this modern name, the Tibetan Book of the Dead, and its worldwide fame can be traced to this encounter. It was in 1927, an American scholar named W. Y. Evans Wentz published the first English translation of the Bardo Thodal. Evans Wentz gave it the evocative title, the Tibetan Book of the Dead, which was a pretty deliberate parallel to the well-known Egyptian Book of the Dead, which I'm sure was flying off the shelves. Now, just quickly, an Egyptian Book of the Dead's a little bit different, but, well, it's basically a collection of funerary texts meant to guide the deceased in the afterlife. Yes, the Tibetan text serves a similar purpose, but the two are not directly related. In any case, the English title is in fact a bit of a misnomer. The Tibetan name doesn't literally translate to Book of the Dead, but it was undeniably effective in arousing curiosity. I mean, it got you to click the video, didn't it? In any case, Evans Wentz work was based on a translation by a learned Tibetan named Lama Kazi Dawa Samdup, who had rendered the text into English a few years earlier. Kazi Dawa Samdup passed away before he could publish his translation, and Evans Wentz stepped in to compile, edit, and annotate it. But here's the thing, Evans Wentz was not a Tibetan language expert himself. He was a folklorist and a theosophist, intrigued by mystical and occult teachings. Thus, when he edited the Tibetan Book of the Dead, he infused it with commentary and footnotes that sometimes reflected his own comparative and esoteric interpretations. Well, just for an example, he tried to link the Tibetan teachings with Christianity, Hinduism, and other traditions, highlighting a kind of universality within its themes. He even included a psychologist's commentary in a later edition. The result was that the Tibetan Book of the Dead was presented to the Western audience not just as an exotic ritual text, but as a spiritual classic of the world, a manual of wisdom that could potentially unveil the secrets of death and the mind. Well, the publication of the Tibetan Book of the Dead in 1927 caused a sensation in certain circles. It was the first, well, one of the first translations of a Tibetan text into English that wasn't a straightforward narrative or travelogue, but a deep, religious scripture. Early readers were amazed and perplexed by its contents. The intricate descriptions of post-mortem visions, the unfamiliar theology of reincarnation combined with visionary practices, and the striking idea that a book could guide one through death. So, over the next few decades, the book gained a kind of cult status. During the 30s and 40s, it found an audience among intellectuals interested in Jungian philosophy and comparativist religion. In the 1960s, it unexpectedly became associated with counterculture and psychedelic movement. Psychologist Timothy Leary, along with Ralph Metzner and Richard Alpert, later Ram Dass, wrote The Psychedelic Experience in 1964, which was essentially a reinterpretation of the Tibetan Book of the Dead as a guide for trips induced by LSD. You see, they saw the stages of an LSD experience, the onset, the peak, and the come-down, as analogues to the bardos of dying, clear light, and rebirth described in the Tibetan text. While this was a very unorthodox use of the material, certainly far removed from the intentions of the Karma Lingpa or traditional lamas, it certainly showed how far the Tibetan book had traveled in the Western imagination. From monastery ritual to Manual for Conscious Expansion. Serious Buddhist teachers also took up the task of translating the Bardo Thodal. In 1975, a new translation with commentary by Francesca Fremantle and Chogyam Trungpa Rinpoche was published, providing a version that was both faithful to the Tibetan and accessible to modern readers. Trungpa Rinpoche, being a Tibetan Lama who had fled to the West, 1975. I don't have to tell you what was happening at that time, had the insight to present the text in a way that a Western student could connect with, without having to water down its meaning too much. Now, he clarified, for example, that the Book of the Dead was not a mere superstitious ritual, but rather a sophisticated psychological teaching, and he related it to meditation practices that one could do in life. Subsequent decades saw further scholarship, complete and unbridged translations by scholars like Gurme Dorje, with editing by Graham Coleman and Thupten Jinpa in 2005 to 2006. It made the text more widely available and included parts that Evans Wentz had omitted, such as ancillary prayers and the second book of Karma Lingpa's cycle. The 14th Dalai Lama contributed forwards to some of these editions, showing that the Bardo Thodal was now a document of global spiritual heritage, not just a parochial Tibetan custom. Meanwhile, within the actual Tibetan communities, the tradition of using the Bardo Thodal remained very much alive. After the Chinese occupation of Tibet in the 50s, many lamas and monks carried their sacred texts away to exile. In places like India, Nepal, Bhutan, and elsewhere, Tibetans continued to practice their death rituals. In the refugee settlements, if someone died, a lama might still come to the home and read the Bardo Thodal over the body. As Western interest in Buddhism grew from the 70s onwards, some of these practitioners became known to outsiders. Western students of Tibetan lamas sometimes had the opportunity to observe or practice in such rites. By the 20th century, the late part of it at least, the influence of the Tibetan Book of the Dead even began reaching hospitals and hospices in the West. The idea of providing spiritual guidance at the time of death found some resonance with hospice caregivers. Books and workshops appeared that, while not using Bardo Thodal verbatim, took inspiration from its outlook, teaching people how to die consciously, how to help others die, and how to understand grieving and the possibility of life after death. Scholars like Donald Lopez Jr. have pointed out an interesting paradox of sorts. The Tibetan Book of the Dead is perhaps the best known Tibetan text in the world, yet within Tibet, it was just one of the many ritual texts and not particularly singled out above others by most lay people. In one of his works, Lopez even referred to it as, quote, not really as central in Tibetan culture as its fame outside would suggest, and called it, with some irony, the most famous book never actually read, implying that many who own it only look at the first few pages before they give up on its difficult passages. I mean, it requires a lot of knowledge of Buddhist terms and lingo and all the rest, so it's a book to be studied, not to be read. However, its fame did have a feedback effect. Many Tibetans today are proud that a part of their heritage has become so respected abroad, and they have in turn begun to study it with renewed interest. There are now Tibetan scholars writing about the Bardo Thodal's history, and the text has thus moved from the realm of secret teachings for adepts to a subject of open discourse and comparative study. In fact, I think many teachers remind us that the Tibetan Book of the Dead speaks equally to the living. Its counsel to let go of grasping and recognize the true nature of mind applies not only at death, but in every transitional moment of life. A notable example is the Tibetan Book of Living and Dying, a modern work by Sogyal Rinpoche, which draws on the Bardo Thodal's wisdom to help people approach mortality with mindfulness and compassion. Thus, it has quite a legacy, not just as a guide for the departed, but as an inspiration for those of us still navigating the journey of life. And so in the end, a historical and thematic guide to the Book of the Dead is more than just an exercise in academics, but it's an encounter with a very unique perspective on not just death, but life as well. Now, by focusing mainly on the Tibetan context of all of these things, I think we've seen how the Bardo Thodal is very much embedded in Tibetan culture. It reflects a culture that does not flinch from the reality of death, but rather seeks to understand and maybe even master it. Now, historically, the Tibetan Book of the Dead emerged from a specific cultural and religious milieu, born from the visionary experiences of Tibetan mystics, wrapped in a doctrine of Tantric Buddhism, and preserved through the reverence of generations. And thematically, it addresses the most universal of human concerns. What happens when we die, and how do we prepare for that? Well, listening to the teachings of the Bardo Thodal, you're struck by how the text oscillates between poetry and practicality, between cosmic vision and intimate counsel. One moment it describes the mind as immaculate naked awareness dawning clear and void without horizon or center, and the next it gives concrete advice about choosing a good womb for rebirth. It's an interesting combination, the sublime and the pragmatic, characteristic of Tibetan Buddhism's approach to enlightenment. And so, it really is a bridge between an ancient culture and the global present, at once quintessentially a Tibetan artifact, born of a land of yogis and oracles, sky burials and snow mountains, and a universal mirror that's held up to the generality of the human condition. In its pages, we find the Tibetans' profound trust in the continuity of consciousness and the efficacy of compassion. We also find a challenge directed at all of us to lead our lives in such a way that when death comes, we can greet it with clear eyes and open hearts. It's going to happen anyway, so we may as well face it bravely. In doing so, as the Tibetans might say, we make of our own life and death a great liberation through hearing the truth, and letting that truth set us free. Tibet. They call it the roof of the world, the land of snows, and indeed it's a land where folklore is well and truly alive, roots running deep into time. Travelers in old Lhasa would hear tales of hungry ghosts that prowl at night, heroic kings born from gods, and the clever animals that would outwit stronger foes. And the stories were not mere fireside entertainment, but they rather carried the history, values, and even the humor of the Tibetan people across generations. So let's today take a journey through Tibet's rich traditions, from creation myths, legendary kings, to spirit-haunted mountain tops. Tibetan folklore really has something for everyone. And of course, we're going to start right from the beginning, with the myths of how Tibet and its people came to be. And I think by the end you'll discover that this tradition is both as playful as it is profound, a window into how Tibetans make sense of their world. So before we begin, allow me welcome you to the channel. If you are new here, I would like to invite you to hit the subscribe button and leave a like and a comment as well, because that helps push the video out to a broader audience, and then more people can enjoy it. And speaking of enjoying this video, you can enjoy it completely uninterrupted and ad-free, just like every other video on this channel. And that is because we are supported by Patreon, YouTube memberships, the merch store, and the occasional donation on Super Thanks or on the PayPal link. Thank you very much. If you want to go and check that out, well, the links are in the pinned comment, video, and channel description. And of course, word of mouth helps us get the channel out there too, so tell your friends. In any case, with all the introduction out of the way, let us begin our time together today and talk about Tibetan folklore. Now, just as promised, I said we're going to start right from the beginning. And indeed, I think you'll agree that every culture on Earth asks where its people came from, how the world was made, and Tibet's answers are among the most interesting and creative. The most famous origin myth recounts that Tibetans are descendants of monkeys and ogres. And according to legend, in a valley near Tserthang in ancient times, a bodhisattva monkey took pity on a wild rock demoness who was lonely. The compassionate monkey, considered an emanation of Avalokitesvara, the Buddha of compassion, mated with the rock ogress, a Raksashi or female demon. From their unlikely union were born 6 offspring, shaggy half-wild creatures who grew up to become the 6 ancestral tribes of what became known as the Tibetan people. The tribes bore names like Se, Mu, Dong, Tong, Dra, and Bro, said to correspond to major clan lineages of early Tibet. But this old story recorded in the Tibetan Buddhist sources, notably the 12th century Manikabum collection, sacralized the Tibetan people's origins. The monkey father represents compassion and enlightenment, taming the feral nature of the ogress mother. And many Tibetans take a sly pride in the story. You see, they jokingly say that it anticipates Darwin. After all, they claim descent from a monkey, but with a spiritual twist, since their primate ancestor was no ordinary ape, but a benevolent bodhisattva. Now, the ogress, for her part, symbolized the untamed land of Tibet itself, initially violent and ignorant, until softened by the monkey's civilizing influence. The Buddhist-infused origin tale became popular after Buddhism took root in Tibet, and that was pretty much from the 7th century onward. Lined the people's pedigree with a new religion. Yet it was not the only story that Tibetans told about their beginnings. An alternative origin myth speaks of an Indian prince named Rupati, or sometimes a king who fled after the great Mahabharata war in India. In any case, this Prince Rupati led followers into the Himalayas and fathered the Tibetan race, essentially. This legend is less widely known, but it was likely a later attempt to connect Tibet to the epic traditions of India, sort of piggybacking off those more established stories. It never really captured the Tibetan imagination as strongly as the monkey and ogress story, however, which felt a bit more native in its flavor. But still, it's another origin story that we should mention. Now, a little older and more abstract is an indigenous creation myth from the pre-Buddhist Bon religion. That is the myth of the cosmic egg. According to the ancient Bon scriptures, the beginning had only emptiness, a primordial void, but quite a lot of potential. From that pure emptiness arose the 5 elements, that is earth, water, fire, air, and space, or void if we're going to call it that, and these coalesced into a giant cosmic egg suspended in space. From this cosmic egg hatched a primordial being. He's often named Belchen Gecko in Bon texts, a kind of giant or proto-deity. From this first being, creation unfolded in stages. Gods and goddesses emerged from the bright upper part of the egg, while demons and ogres issued from the darker portions. Humanity, in some versions, arose from the mixing of light and dark or from subsequent eggs. Now, this cosmogony, with its dualistic egg of light and darkness, is markedly different from the Buddhist monkey-ogress story. Scholars believe the cosmic egg myth reflects Tibet's ancient shamanic heritage and possibly shares themes with Central Asian and Siberian mythologies, since cosmic egg and sky-earth dualisms appear in those cultures too. And yeah, we'll get to them later. Let's just concentrate on Tibet for now. But notably, it lacks a Buddhist morality. It's essentially just a raw creation story of elemental forces. The Bon legend suggests a universe where light and dark, chaos and order had existed rather in tension, but certainly from the very beginning. Now, these competing origin myths show the layered nature of Tibetan folklore. The monkey and ogress tale, though mythical, is framed by Buddhist ideas, compassion, taming demonic ignorance, that kind of thing, and likely helped graft Buddhist identity onto Tibet. Now, the cosmic egg story, by contrast, represents a more archaic worldview that predates Buddhist influence, emphasizing natural elements and an almost evolutionary emergence of life. Rather than seeing one tale as true and others false, Tibetans through history found meaning in all of them. Monks taught the pious monkey-ogress story in monasteries, while nomad storytellers might speak of cosmic eggs or heavenly kings around the campfire. It's a rich plurality in creation lore, that's for sure. And, of course, all of the other legends are built from this foundation. So let's move on from the origin of the people to the origin of the civilization. Tibetan folklore holds that the first kings of Tibet were not mere mortals, but rather they were semi-divine. In the Yarlung River Valley, where Tibetan statehood first arose, legend says that a heavenly rope descended from the sky to deliver the first king to earth. This king was Yatri Tempo, the inaugural ruler of Tibet's Yarlung dynasty, traditionally dated to be around 127 BCE onwards. Yatri Tsempo's appearance was quite extraordinary. He had webbed, amphibious hands and eyelids that closed upwards, that is, from bottom to top, features so unlike ordinary humans that people believed that he must be a god, or as they say in Iha. According to old chronicles, when locals found this strange being on the sacred mountain, Yala Shangbo, they hoisted him on their shoulders in a neck seat and proclaimed him king. And indeed, his name, Nyatri Tsempo, literally means neck enthroned sovereign, commemorating how he was carried aloft. In honor of this divine founder, the Tibetans even count the first year of their calendar from his enthronement. Nyatri Tsempo and his early successors were said to retain a link to the heavens, a magical cord, in Tibetan it's a muthag, extended skyward from the roof to the royal palace, an umbilical tether to a celestial realm, I suppose. Well, as long as the cord remained intact, the king would not truly die. At the end of his reign, he would ascend back to the heavens along this rope rather than expire on earth. So, the first Tibetan kings were considered immortal, reigning on earth for a time and then returning to join their divine ancestors in heaven. And this cycle continued for 6 generations. However, in the time of the 7th king, an impious ruler named Drigum Tenpo something went awry. Folklore recounts that Drigum quarreled with his ministers, and during the fight, the heavenly cord was severed. In some versions, it was by accident. In others, as a punishment for hubris. In any case, with the sky cord cut, Drigum Tsenpo fell to earth and died, becoming the first Tibetan king whose body remained behind to be buried. And after him, all subsequent kings lived and died as mortals, and royal tombs filled the Yarlung Valley. The breaking of the cord symbolizes Tibet's transition from a mythic age of god-kings to the human realities of political rule. Later, Buddhist historians even incorporated this legend, suggesting that the cord was cut by karmic design so that the kings would be subject to law and impermanence just like everyone else. Well, even though the rope to heaven was cut, Tibetan folklore continued to celebrate its semi-divine figures. The dynasty's greatest hero, Songtsen Gampo, from 7th century CE, is both a historical emperor and a legendary figure in folk narrative. Buddhist lore regards him as an incarnation of Avalokitesvara, the same compassionate bodhisattva who fathered the monkey lineage, by the way. You probably remember the name. Songtsen Gampo is credited with civilizing the Tibetan plateau, conquering tribes, founding the capital at Lhasa, and marrying princesses from Nepal and China who brought Buddhist scriptures and images. Folklore around him often crosses into myth, of course. For example, one popular story holds that in Songtsen Gampo's time, Tibet's land was possessed by a giant demoness lying on her back, whose malevolent influence caused constant obstacles to the spread of Buddhism. To subdue this demoness once and for all, the king and his 2 foreign queens orchestrated the construction of 12 temples across the landscape, positioned on strategic pressure points of the ogress's colossal body. The Grand Temple Jokang in Lhasa was built over the ogress's heart, which legend says was a lake of blood at the very center of Tibet. And indeed it was necessary to first drain a lake on that spot. Even today, locals point to the marshy ground beneath the Jokang as kind of evidence for this. Other temples pinned down her shoulders, her hips, her knees, hands, feet. When the Jokang foundations were laid, folklore describes supernatural signs. Prince Wencheng, the Chinese wife that is, tossed a ring into the lake and a miraculous stupor of light appeared where it landed, indicating the exact center of a demoness's heart. As the temple construction proceeded, hordes of angry spirits and demons tried to retaliate with storms and hail, but Songtsen Gampo, wielding ritual power, emanated 108 magical emanations of himself to finish the work in a mere 12 days. And once that was done, he called upon protective deities to hold the forces of chaos at bay. At the moment the last beam was placed, the demoness was pinned down and rendered powerless. Tibet, freed from her grip, could then become a land of Dharma, that is, Buddhist truth. But this narrative is sometimes called the supine demoness myth, and, well, it's quite rich in symbolic meaning. You see, on one level, it's a geomantic explanation for Tibet's earliest Buddhist shrines. Many real temples, some in Tibet, some in neighboring Bhutan, are said to be part of that original network binding the demoness. On another level, it allegorizes the triumph of Buddhism over Tibet's indigenous demons, perhaps referring to the old gods and spirits of the land. In any case, by pinning down the demoness, the king had tamed the wild land and its supernatural forces, integrating them into Buddhist cosmic order. In fact, the very idea that the land is a living female entity, albeit a demonic one, echoes the older animist worldview, but with a twist that exalts the Buddhist mission. Such stories about divine kings and demons subduing queens blur the line between history and mythology. I'm sure we can all agree that that's quite blurry indeed. But in Tibetan folklore, the founders of the nation are at once flesh and blood ancestors and larger-than-life cultural heroes, and they're remembered not just for their political feats, but for shaping the spiritual destiny of Tibet itself. But of course, we're always framing Tibet in Buddhist terms, but it wasn't always Buddhist. That's the thing. Long before Buddhism arrived, Tibet was, in local belief, still quite brimming with spirits. Towering mountain peaks, those lakes, the rivers, even particular boulders or gnarled trees. Anything could be the abode of some unseen presence. To live in Tibet was, and for many still is, a simple negotiation with a landscape alive and very aware, populated by a vast pantheon of gods, nature spirits, and earth guardians, and don't forget the serpent dragons and hungry ghosts. Tibetan folklore preserves countless anecdotes of these beings, reflecting the indigenous and religious substratum often termed Bon, or simply just folk religion. Now even today, a Tibetan traveler crossing a high pass will pause at the cairn of a fluttering prayer flags and offer a pinch of tsampa, that is roasted barley flour, to the local deities for a safe passage. This instinct to propitiate and tell stories about spirits of the wild, certainly a direct inheritance from Tibet's earliest inhabitants. One of the most revered types of nature spirit is the mountain god. Across Tibet, prominent peaks are personified as powerful gods or goddesses who protect the surrounding land. For example, the snow-capped Mount Nyenchen Tangda, that is, one rising near holy Namtso Lake, is traditionally hailed as a mighty god. His very name means great deity of the Tangda. In his mythos, Nyenchen Tangda is a warrior god, and interestingly, later Buddhist legends say he was tamed and appointed as a protector of the Dharma by Guru Rinpoche. Folklore tells that Lake Namtso, whose turquoise waters stretched beneath that mountain, is actually the wife of Nyenchen Tangda. Namtso is envisioned as a beautiful goddess, sometimes even described as a daughter of a celestial god Indra, who married the mountain lord. Locals would say that the intense storms which sometimes sweep the lake shores are due to the lovers quarreling, while days of exquisite calm meant the divine couple is at peace. The pre-Buddhist belief system of Tibet is often labeled Bon. We've mentioned it a few times, but we should just clarify the term. Bon in the modern sense is an organized religion with scriptures and lamas, which claims heritage from the ancient shamanistic practice. However, many elements of what we call Tibetan folklore come from much older stratum, sometimes dubbed the nameless religion, essentially a mix of shamanism, local deities, and ancestor cults that likely existed for millennia. In these ancient beliefs, certain priests, Bonpo shamans they are called, could communicate with the spirit world, performing rituals to appease gods and exorcise demons. Sacrifice and offerings were common. The old tales speak of animal offerings to mountain gods to ensure bountiful harvests or victory in battle. There were also blood-curdling rites to summon war gods or bind enemies with curses. While Buddhism later condemned many of these practices, they did not disappear overnight. Instead, they went partially underground, or were syncretized into Buddhist ritual in gentler forms. Tibetan folklore retains traces of shamanic magic in many stories. For instance, a recurring theme is the existence of powerful sorcerer heroes in early Tibet who could control spirits. Some legendary Bon priests, like Drampa Nanka, are credited with fantastical feats too. Things like raising the dead, flying, subduing demon kings, through their arcane knowledge and special magic. In certain folk narratives, a Bon sorcerer and a Buddhist monk even compete in a duel of miracles, reflecting the tension and perhaps mutual respect between the old and new religions. One famous competition was said to have occurred in the late 8th century at the court of King Trison Detsen. The Indian Buddhist master challenged the native Bon priests, and in legend the Bon magicians summoned hailstorms and manifest illusions. But the Buddhist master outshone them by using his mastery of mind and mantra, causing these Bon rites to falter. The king then declares Buddhism victorious, and the Bon priests were banished to the remote borders, thus explaining why Buddhism gained dominance. Well, historically and in strict historical terms, the tale is a symbolic telling of cultural change, but in folklore it survives as a dramatic clash of magic and spirituality. Well, besides gods and sorcerers, the Tibetan supernatural roster includes a bit of a darker cast too. Ghouls, ghosts, nocturnal demons that stalk the unwary. Many of these entities predate Buddhism and personify primal human fears. For example, one eerie figure in Tibetan folklore is the Rolang, literally risen corpse. A Rolang is essentially a Tibetan zombie, a dead body animated either by a sorcerer's spell or by a demon that has taken up residence in his corpse. Unlike the mindless zombies of, Haitian lore, the Rolang in Tibetan stories have a very specific behavior. They lurch around with stiff limbs, unable to bend at the joints, and they seek out living humans to terrorize or infect. Villagers greatly feared Rolang encounters. A wealth of precautions grew around this belief. It is said that traditional Tibetan houses have intentionally low doorways. One must stoop deeply to enter. The folklore explanation is delightfully macabre. A Rolang, being rigid, cannot bend its knees or back, so the low door stops it from entering a home. Much better than just having a lock. Well, crouching through a door, then, is not only an act of humility but a practical ghost-proofing measure. Protective mantras and threads are also deployed. For instance, tying a 9-eyed cord with 9 knots across a threshold was believed to ward off evil visitors in the night. Small details showing how folklore beliefs filtered into architectural and daily custom, and you can certainly see a few old houses in Tibet even now with those quite low doorways. But we have another vivid ghost tale, still told with quite a few shivers in contemporary times. It shows how terrifying Tibetan folk stories can be. In this story, a young monk goes shopping in Lhasa's market and encounters a mysterious woman selling meat. He bargains with her for a good price, unwittingly offending her in the process by not accepting a free offering that she gave. Well, that night, his mentor notices a strange mark on the monk's hand. It's a demonic sign, and immediately he understands the danger, that meat seller was not human at all, but rather a demoness in disguise, and she has marked the monk to be her victim for the night's ghostly feast. The teacher is understandably alarmed, and he sends the monk on a desperate errand to save his life. Find a certain old beggar woman who lives in a tent by the Ramoche temple, and beg her for shelter for the night. The young monk does what he's told, and after some pleading and offering of food, the old lady agrees to hide him. She conceals the monk inside a large clay beer pot, sealing it with a lid tied down by a sacred knotted rope. And as darkness falls, The seemingly frail old woman suddenly mounts the clay jar like a steed and rides it into the air, flying to a gathering beneath a great tree on the edge of town. Peeking through a tiny hole in the pot, the monk beholds a ghastly sabbath of ghosts, goblins, and witches converging in the moonlight. Some ride on brooms, others on wild animals, and even on beams of light. But they're all grotesque. One-eyed hags, skeleton-thin ghouls trailing their own entrails, fiery demons breathing, and half-invisible fiends flickering in and out of form. All the hosts of hell come together for a regular nocturnal meeting. Now at the gathering, the old woman who carried the monk reveals herself to be none other than the presiding chief of evil spirits, and clearly she is a powerful demoness who, for reasons yet unknown, is helping the monk. She calls for the evening's entertainment. Who is the shekel, the meat bringer tonight? Bring forth the meat. And the demoness responsible steps forward, and is the very meat seller from the market. She announces that she had a special prey marked out, the monk, but to her surprise, he is nowhere to be found, even when she searched the whole city. It's a bit chill, runs down the spine as she mentions she even looked on the lap of the Jowo statue in Jokang Temple, thinking perhaps he sought refuge there, a detail that highlights how desperate the monk's hiding was. The chief demoness, that is the old lady, permits her to continue looking, but slyly instructs her to call out only 8 times instead of 9. The meat hunter demoness circles the gathering, shouting magical cries to flush out hidden humans. Each shout loosens one of the 9 protective knots on the monk's beer pot lid. And inside, the monk is, of course, quite nervous, I suppose, trembling as he hears the rope straining. 8 shouts echo, 8 knots untie. But the 9th, which would have burst the lid, is never uttered, because the chief cuts her off. Having failed to expose the monk, the embarrassed meat hunter rushes off to find alternate prey. Moments later she returns, dragging the limp body of a man, her own husband, it turns out, whom she has killed to placate the horde. She flings the corpse to the throng who ravenously set upon it. The monk inside the pot listens in horror to the frenzy. Ghosts reek over the choice organs, and demons gnaw bones and drink blood. A grisly banquet, lit by the fire spewing from their mouths. The old demoness sits atop the pot, placidly presiding, granting herself the choicest of the morsels, the poor man's liver and heart, as her payment. And at last, sated and smeared with blood and gore, the spirit army disperses before dawn. The monk has survived by a hair's breadth, and in the morning the chief demoness, still in the form of the old beggar, releases the shaken monk. She reveals bluntly that she herself is a human-eating ogress as well, and that her merciful decision to save him was a one-off whim. With a parting warning, "There will not be a next time. If I see you again, I'll eat you myself," she sends him back to the monastery. But the tale doesn't quite end there. There's still a grim twist of irony to come. The monk later discovers the meat seller woman wailing in the market because her husband had mysteriously died in his sleep that night. Of course, we know the horrible truth. To save her own skin among the demon company, she sacrificed her husband as the replacement. The story is equal parts horror and morality play. It's a thrilling cautionary tale. Beware of strangers and heed your superiors and teachers' warnings, and also a glimpse into the complex taxonomy of Tibetan supernatural beings. We see ordinary humans who are secretly shape-shifting demonesses, a hierarchy among evil spirits, and even a demon capable of occasional compassion, but it also reinforces a core Buddhist message amid the fright. The power of protective ritual, the 9-knotted cord, and the sanctuary of the compassionate, if demonic old woman who could save the monk, but also the vulnerability of those without such protection, i.e. the unfortunate husband. Well, certainly from these kinds of stories, we can certainly see how Tibetans traditionally interpreted natural events and personal misfortunes. We also can see in the next coming sections how sudden illnesses might be blamed on disturbed Lu or Naga spirits from polluted streams, or strange accidents, or mischievous house spirits, things like this. To appease the angry Lu, people might perform a water offering. To chase off a ghost, they might burn juniper and chant prayers. Now, as for Buddhism, when that arrived, it did not erase the beliefs, but rather just overlaid new meaning upon them. Many of the old gods were declared protector deities, now serving the mission of the Buddha, converted, basically, in their own right. And many demons were subdued and turned into guardians rather than destroyed. The result that we have is a uniquely Tibetan syncretism. One can attend a Buddhist religious ceremony in Tibet and find, alongside Sanskrit mantras to bodhisattvas, offerings of beer to local mountain lords, and masked dances depicting the conquering of demon queens. So the introduction of Buddhism from the 7th and 9th centuries ushered in a new era of folklore, and this time centered on demons, miraculous encounters, and saints. The figure at the heart of many tales is Padmasambhava, lovingly known as Guru Rinpoche. Now, in historical terms, Padmasambhava was an 8th century tantric master from either India or perhaps present-day Pakistan, Punjab area, this kind of thing. He was invited to Tibet by King Trison Detsen to help establish the first monastery, Samye. In Tibetan folk legend, however, Padmasambhava is nothing short of a superhuman sorcerer saint, whose exploits rival any mythic hero. He's credited with conquering the native gods and demons that obstructed the spread of Buddhism, a mission that took on a rich narrative life over the centuries. One well-known cycle of legends describes the building of the Samye Monastery, Tibet's first Buddhist monastery. The effect was said to have been plagued by unseen forces. Every night demons would undo the construction that workers had built during the day, causing walls to collapse and all things to just fall into disrepair. Well, Padmasambhava stepped in to identify the culprits, a horde of local deities and malignant spirits who resented the intrusion of holy Buddhist architecture on their land. Using his mastery of tantric magic, Guru Rinpoche went to battle with the entities. Tibetan oral tradition paints these confrontations in a quite vivid way. For example, Padmasambhava is said to have transformed himself into terrifying, wrathful forms to cower the arrogant spirits, manifestations of fierce Buddhas like Varyakilaya, this kind of thing. He could summon firestorms or trap demons in ritual purba daggers. In any case, one by one he subdued the local gods, the lord of the nearby mountain, spirits of the winds and water, and the subterranean snake spirits. But instead of annihilating them, he bound them by solemn oath. Each spirit had to swear to become a protector of the Dharma, a guardian of the very monastery that they tried to thwart. Now this motive, conversion by subjugation, is quite central in Buddhist lore. It taught that frightening powers of the old religion were not destroyed, but rather harnessed for good. Indeed, Tibet's pantheon of Dharma protectors, the ferocious-looking gods you see in Tibetan temple murals brandishing skull-topped weapons, often are exactly those tamed demonic spirits. The great mountain god of central Tibet, for instance, becomes a protector riding a snow lion. Local warlords of the spirit would turn into defenders of monasteries. Now, one of the most important spirits Padmasambhava subdued was named Peyar, a mighty demonic king. After his defeat, Peyar was installed as the chief protector of Samye Monastery, and later took up residence as the oracular deity of Nechung, state oracle of Tibet. According to legend, Peyar initially resisted and tried to escape Guru Rinpoche by hiding in a lake, but Padmasambhava boiled the lake with magic, forcing him out. The Guru then sealed their pact, and Peyar promised to guard the Buddhist law. And so, to this day, in folklore and ritual, Tibet's state oracle medium enters trance and is believed to have been possessed by Peyar, also called Nechung, who speaks through him. The fact that a pre-Buddhist deity occupies a respected role in the very heart of Buddhist governance, providing guidance to the Dalai Lamas, is just a pretty remarkable testament to the synthesis of tradition. And this arrangement is entirely owed to the folkloric narrative of Padmasambhava's demonic taming. Now, his travels through Tibet gave rise to numerous site-specific legends too. Visit almost any old monastery or sacred cave in Tibet, and you'll likely hear that Guru Rinpoche stayed here, or Guru Rinpoche had tamed the demon here. For example, at Yamdrok Lake, a vast turquoise lake in southern Tibet, local lore says an enormous serpent spirit once menaced the area until Padmasambhava subdued it and pressed it under a rock. A nearby rock bears a handprint, which devout folk attribute to Guru Rinpoche pinning the demon down. Likewise, many hot springs are claimed to exist because Padmasambhava scorched a demon or blessed the earth. In the high mountains of Bhutan, part of the greater Himalayan cultural sphere of Tibetan Buddhism, the famous Tiger's Nest cliffside hermitage is built at the very cave where Padmasambhava, according to legend, flew on the back of a magical flying tigress and meditated for months, vanquishing the local demons of the Paro Valley. But it wasn't only Padmasambhava. Other saints and sages also have their place in folklore. Milarepa, an 11th century yogi renowned for attaining enlightenment in one lifetime, which is quite a feat, has a biography filled with what could be called folk tales. As a young man, Milarepa was said to have been a sorcerer who unleashed a hailstorm to kill his greedy relatives, but then later repented and sought spiritual training. In his quest for redemption under his teacher Marpa, folklore recounts how Milarepa faced supernatural trials of all kinds. There is one well-loved story that describes Milarepa alone in a cave, meditating, when demonic apparitions appear to frighten him, leering ghosts and horrifying faces, this kind of thing. But instead of cowering or even fighting, he famously sings a song of realization, in which he just welcomes the demons warmly. Well, the demons are a little bit confused by the compassion and they don't know what to do, so they vanish. Milarepa's inner peace has robbed them of their power. If people aren't afraid, well, the demons can't really do much. Well, in the centuries after Buddhism's establishment, a genre of treasure text legends emerged as well, called terma, and they are quite fascinating. Many Tibetans believe that Padmasambhava, foreseeing dark times, had spiritual texts and objects in sacred places hidden, caves, rocks, and even in the minds of future disciples, to be discovered later by destined revealers called terton. Folklore around the treasures often includes prophetic dreams and encounters with guardian spirits who protect the cache. For example, a Tibetan might have a vision of Guru Rinpoche telling him that on a certain mountain under an oddly shaped boulder lies a buried scroll containing magical power. And when the Tibetan goes and finds it, often a protective snake or demon tries to stop him, leading to a small-scale reenactment of the subjugation drama. These treasure-finding stories blend piety with a bit of adventure, and have ensured that the new old legends periodically enter the folklore stream and keep it fresh. A key point is that Buddhist-inspired folklore doesn't replace the older animist lore, but rather builds upon it. For instance, remember the earlier tale of the demoness that was subdued by Songtsen Gampo's temples. That is a Buddhist-era twist on the animist idea of a living landscape. Similarly, many of Tibet's beloved folk deities, such as Palden Lamo, a fierce female protector riding on a mule, or Tsangpa Karpo, the white god of the Tsang River, are in origin pre-Buddhist gods that were woven into the Buddhist storytelling. Folklore gives them backstories, you see. Palden Lamo, for instance, is said to have been an ogress goddess who was won over to Buddhism and swore to defend it, even as she remains fearsome in her appearance. She became a patroness of Lhasa and the Dalai Lama's guardian. But we cannot leave this topic before going on to the next section without noting that Buddhist morality and didacticism often shone through Tibetan folklore. A ghost story might end with a lama performing rituals to guide the ghost to rebirth, thus once again showing that Buddhist compassion. A demon story often highlights that the demon's true nature was actually ignorance rather than evil, and that can be fixed up by wisdom. Folklore thus became a vehicle for teaching Buddhism to a largely illiterate populace. The fantastical elements made the lessons quite memorable. Yet the beauty of folklore is that even as it carries these messages, it rarely loses the entertainment, the sheer imaginative flair that makes a story stick. Whether it's Guru Rinpoche flying on a tigress, or a lama wrestling a mountain god into submission, the blend of spiritual and sensational, that's the hallmark of Tibet's narrative tradition. Now at the heart of Tibetan folk culture lies a monumental epic that stands as one of the great oral literary achievements of humanity. That is the Epic of King Gesar. Spanning countless episodes and still performed to this day, the Gesar epic is often called the world's longest epic poem. It's the Tibetan equivalent to the Iliad, the Mahabharata, things like this. Perhaps the Arthurian cycle, too, all rolled into one. So who is King Gesar? In the broader sense, he is Tibet's superhero and cultural warrior king. According to the epic songs, Gesar was sent from the heavens to be born among men in order to defeat evil demons and protect the Dharma in times of great chaos. The epic setting is not exactly historical Tibet, but rather a mythologized version of the inner Asian frontier, often centered on the kingdom of Ling, which many identify with the regions of eastern Tibet, such as Amdo or Kham in the distant past. Yet the stories have timeless, otherworldly qualities to them. They mix early medieval warfare, horseback archers, rival chieftains, with elements of pure fantasy, Gesar's magical powers, visits to god realms, sorcery, etc. Well, the birth and rise of Gesar is a favorite part of the cycle. Legends recount how a ray of light in the form of a golden cuckoo descended into the wombs of a humble woman, and thus Gesar was born under miraculous signs, sometimes the sky raining flowers or an enchanted horse appearing. However, in classic hero fashion, the young Gesar, also called Joru in youth, grew up scorned and in adversity, orphaned or raised by a single mother, mocked by cruel relatives, quite an underdog. In one famous episode, the crafty boy Joru wins a horse race against all the proud warriors of the land by secretly riding a magical steed given to him by the gods. By winning the race, he fulfills a prophecy and is recognized as the true king. And thus, he is now called Gesar of Ling. He then takes up leadership and marries his beloved queen, Brugmo. Once enthroned, King Gesar embarks on a series of epic campaigns to subdue the enemies of his people. These enemies are often characterized as demon kings, tyrants who rule foreign lands and embody various evils. And each campaign is a rich story on its own. For instance, one of the most celebrated is Gesar's expedition to the land of Demonia, or as they call it, Du, where he confronts a formidable demon king named To Dong. This demon king of Du had brought misery to many, so Gesar leads his army to overcome trials and enter the fortress of the demon, and after dramatic single combat, To Dong is slain. Upon victory, Gesar does not sack the land. Rather, he converts the demon's realm into a virtuous domain, often described as transforming it into a pure land where Buddhism can flourish and the people can finally live in peace. This theme of turning a demon's kingdom into a just land will reoccur quite a lot, essentially showing that Gesar is not just a conqueror but a civilizer, a kind of liberator in a spiritual sense. Other major episodes include the war against the king of Hor, sometimes identified with the Mongolic tribes, who had abducted Gesar's wife. Also the war against the king of Jiang, often depicted with sorcery as one of the four great demon kings, and campaigns reaching into what are now foreign countries. Legends mention Gesar vanquishing foes in Iran, China, India, even lands as far away as Kashche, which hints at Kashmir or even Muslim regions. In each case, King Gesar and his band of heroic companions, 30 great generals often accompany him, that is, use a combination of martial prowess, skill, and magical assistance to defeat the forces of chaos. Gesar himself is portrayed as an unbeatable warrior, likened to a lion Buddha in some verses, yet also compassionate and wise. Sometimes he wins by strength, other times by clever ruses. For example, in one story he disguises himself to infiltrate the enemy king's court, or he outsmarts a demon with riddles. But one cannot ignore the supernatural dimension of the Gesar epic. Throughout his adventures, King Gesar relies on the favor of the gods. He is said to wield divine weapons, and his personal horse, Kyango Karka, is no ordinary steed but a celestial one that can fly through the sky or gallop between worlds. In fact, Gesar himself is regarded not simply as a man, but as an emanation of a deity, often linked to Guru Rinpoche or to certain bodhisattvas. In some retellings, he is an incarnation of the Varyapani, the wrathful bodhisattva of power, or one of Avalokitesvara's fierce aspects. Thus, the epic has a semi-religious status. Gesar is revered in some areas as a protector god in his own right, and it's not uncommon in eastern Tibet to find shrines to King Gesar, with folks burning incense and praying to his spirit for strength or protection. But what is especially remarkable about the Gesar epic is its oral tradition. For centuries it was not a fixed written text, but rather a living cycle of oral poetry performed by bards. These bards, called Srokpo in Tibetan, were and are traveling storytellers who recite the epic from memory alone, often for days at a time, chanting in a sing-song voice without instrumental accompaniment. Many of these epic singers claim a kind of divine inspiration. There are well-documented cases of so-called Bab Drum bards, meaning visionary or clairaudient bards, who has said that once they begin to sing the epic after experiencing traumatic illness or prophetic dreams. One 20th century bard, for instance, reported that as a young man he fell unconscious during a lightning storm and had a vision of King Gesar's own entourage. When he awoke, he found himself able to recite long passages of the epic that he never consciously learned. Another famous bard, Tsering Wangdu, has been quoted as saying, "Almost every night for the past 60 years, I dream about Gesar. The next day, I record the stories I dreamed from the previous night." And such accounts are quite common, actually. The art of epic singing is viewed as almost kind of a spiritual transmission. The bards often start their performances with an invocation to Manjushri or Guru Rinpoche, asking for the scrolls of memory to unfurl in their mind. Audiences in nomad camps or village squares listen enthralled, sometimes for a whole winter evening by the hearth as the bard recounts the old stories, and then resume the next evening for the next adventure. Well, because of its oral nature, the Gesar saga has hundreds of regional variations too, and there is no single canonical version. New episodes can emerge, and others can be forgotten or abbreviated depending on the locale and the performer. And of course, it's spread beyond Tibet proper too. Mongolians, for example, adopted King Gesar. Of course, they call him Gesar Khan into their folklore, producing their own versions of the stories with a bit of a local flavor. In Mongolia, he is also a cultural hero who subdues monsters. And in certain parts of China's Sichuan and Inner Mongolia, Gesar storytellers from the Tibetan and Mongoor, there's two ethnic groups, keep the tradition alive too. But in recent times, there have been efforts to write down and publish the epic. During the 20th century, teams of scholars in Tibet and elsewhere recorded bardic performances and transcribed them, resulting in Gesar compilations that run to dozens of volumes. One compilation from Tibet exceeds 120, making it one of the largest epics in the world by volume. And in 2009, UNESCO recognized the Gesar epic traditions as intangible cultural heritage, underlining its global significance. But despite being printed, the real substance of the epic lives on in performance. Seeing a Gesar bard in action can be quite mesmerizing. The singer may assume different voices for different characters, use expressive facial gestures, or even burst into spontaneous song or dance when describing celebratory scenes. Some remote communities still treat visiting a bard as a big event. It's akin to a traveling theater and scripture all in one. It brings both joy, but also spiritual upliftment. Well, the content of the epic is not just battles. Sure, it's suffused with Tibetan values and worldview. It extols courage, loyalty, and the triumph of justice. King Gesar is a warrior, yet, but his ultimate mission is to spread virtue and protect the innocent. The stories often slow down to impart lessons. The epic also has movements of humor and humanity. Gesar can be playful, even mischievous. His wife and mother sometimes scold him, showing a homely side to the great hero. And some episodes focus on ordinary people in his kingdom, with fable-like sub-stories that get woven into a larger narrative. One beloved side story involves Gesar's horse race, the one that wins him the kingship, and it's often told in its own folk tale, how the scrawny boy Joru, mocked by everyone, rides last in the race until he suddenly reveals the magical horse's speed and overtakes them all. Another standalone tale from the cycle is How Gesar Fetched the Monsoon from India, a story where Gesar must travel to the land of the Naga spirits to retrieve rainfall for drought-stricken Tibet. So for the Tibetan people, Gesar is not a fictional hero, but he's rather an ideal of the combined spiritual and temporal leadership. They call him a Chakravartin, the ideal king, who wields force not only for good. In times when Tibet lacked political power, the stories of Gesar's victories provided solace and inspiration. And even during the upheavals of 20th century Tibet, some Tibetans would invoke Gesar in their songs as a symbol of hope and the eventual triumph of peace in the land. In a way, Gesar becomes a national epic, reinforcing identity across a widely dispersed population. Nomads in Amdo and farmers in central Tibet alike know some version of a Gesar song. A common lullaby might reference him. A festival play might reenact one of his battles. And indeed, the Tibetan opera repertoire includes episodes of Gesar's life. And this is very well kept alive by the current government in Tibet. You can see it all over television. You go to any place to travel in Tibet, and Gesar is kind of like a national mascot, almost. But let's get away from the grand epics and religious legends for a moment, because Tibet has its own smaller folk tales and fables, the kind of stories shared around nomad campfires or told to the kids on winter nights. One prominent category is animal fables, much like Aesop's fables or the Indian Jataka tales. Tibetan folk tales frequently feature talking animals who display human-like virtues and folly. However, Tibetan animal stories have their own local flair. The classic example is the tale of the tiger and the frog. In this story, a ferocious old tiger named Tsuden is out hunting and comes upon a tiny frog. The tiger is about to make a quick meal of him, but the clever frog boldly asserts, "Where are you off to, big brother?" Surprised, the tiger admits that he's hungry. The frog then boasts that he is the king of frogs, a mighty creature not to be trifled with, and he challenges the tiger to a jumping contest across the river. Amused by this, the tiger agrees. When the tiger leaps mightily, the frog cunningly bites onto the tiger's tail, so that when the tiger lands on the far bank and turns, the frog is already there behind him, having been carried by the tiger's jump. Well, the tiger's obviously quite perplexed at how the tiny frog outleaped him, and next agrees to a contest of vomiting up their last meals. I know, a little bit strange, but stay with me. Well, the tiger, not eaten, can only cough up a little bile, but the frog spits out some tiger hair, because, as he claims, "I ate a tiger yesterday, and these are the leftovers." At this point, the tiger loses its nerve, thinking this small frog must indeed be a fearsome being who even eats tigers. The frog's coup de grace comes from when the tiger returns with a skeptical fox who doesn't believe that the frog is dangerous at all. The frog sees the tiger and the fox tied together by their tails. An extra detail, by the way, the tiger, afraid to face the frog alone, had tied himself to the fox so they wouldn't flee separately. The frog shouts to the fox, "Hey, why have you brought that dog here for my dinner?" The terrified tiger, thinking the fox led him into a trap to be eaten, panics and runs, dragging the poor fox behind him. And the tale ends humorously with the line, "And if they aren't dead yet, the tiger and fox are still running." Stories like that once again show that theme of wit and cleverness triumphing over brute strength, a favorite theme in not just Tibetan folklore, but pretty much everyone's folklore. The weak but clever frog outsmarts the powerful tiger, and of course it comes with an explicit moral or proverb. In fact, Albert Schurten, an early 20th century collector of Tibetan folk tales, noted that each story in oral tradition was frequently prefaced by a proverb that encapsulated its lesson. For the tiger and the frog, the proverb given was, "The tall strong pine is a great help, but with its support, the weak vine may climb as high." In other words, with cunning or the right ally, the small can overcome the big. Well, many Tibetan folk tales are of course cautionary as well, featuring humans. A prevalent character in Central Asian and Tibetan lore is the trickster or the wise fool figure. Sometimes a specific persona, like Aku Tompa, a semi-legendary prankster of sorts. Stories of Aku Tompa are satirical and ribald. He plays tricks on rich lamas and greedy shopkeepers, exposing hypocrisy and making common folk laugh at the high and mighty. These stories serve a social function too, giving the underclass a vicarious victory over the elite. In one such tale, Aku Tompa manages to get a free meal at a monastery by exploiting the monk's desire not to appear inhospitable. He essentially tricks them with wordplays and shamelessness, ending up full of food while the monks shake their heads at his audacity. And then there's another story about how he sold the sound of a temple bell to a merchant for a bag of gold, an impossible sale that he pulled off by a clever con, that he's using the money to help the poor, so all's well that ends well, I suppose. But there are also fairy tale-like stories of princes and princesses, hidden treasures, magical transformations. For example, one folk tale speaks of Dawa Sangmo, a kind-hearted girl who was mistreated by her cruel stepmother, a tale reminiscent of Cinderella, I suppose. With the help of a magical turquoise bird and through her own virtue, Dawa Sangmo triumphs and marries a prince, while the wicked stepmother faces poetic justice. Tibetan folk tales don't shy away from the macabre or supernatural either, as we saw with the ghost stories. Another notable type of spirit in everyday lore is the Yul Iha, or the local guardian, often ancestral spirits or minor gods tied to a locale. There are funny stories too of village priests, lamas or shamans, who have to placate a temperamental Yul Iha that might be causing, well, let's say, a persistent rain that's been messing up the local harvest festival, this kind of thing. So one could imagine how a comedic scenario would occur where offerings kept not being quite right, that is, butter lamps blow out, the goat offered escapes, until the ritual is finally successful and the sun comes out. A particularly Tibetan blend of humor and teaching appears in the tales about reincarnation and karma. For instance, there is a folk tale of a miserly rich man who is reborn as a hungry ghost, doomed eternally to wander in his own treasure rooms, which in death, of course, has become completely useless to him. Another moral about generosity, I suppose. The old saying is, you can't take it with you, right? We're familiar with that in the Western context. Now we also have proverbs and riddles. They're another aspect of Tibetan folk tradition, often interwoven with stories or just perhaps used in a standalone sense. Tibetan social life, especially in pastoral communities, included gatherings where people would challenge each other with riddles or exchanges of witty proverbs. Some folk stories are essentially long riddles. The entire plot is constructed to lead the revealing of a riddle's answer. For example, a story might describe three brothers making a cryptic statement about something they saw, and only at the end do we realize each was describing the same thing in metaphor. Solutions often turn out to be things like the sun, a yurt, or some common object or concept, but just described poetically. This playful intellectual element shows that folklore also served as a bit of a mental exercise too. Of course, we think about the very famous scene in The Hobbit, Riddles in the Dark, that chapter, where Gollum and Bilbo are sort of trying to outsmart each other with these kinds of riddles and stories. Now, another cherished component is also songs and ballads. Not every oral tradition is a full epic. There's also short songs that encapsulate a story. Nomadic herders might sing a ballad or two about lovers separated by a mountain, or a humorous little song about a rogue yak that stole barley from a storeroom. Some songs double as children's rhymes, teaching counting or the names of animals in a rhythmic way. But through all these tales there runs an emphasis on virtues such as cleverness, kindness, and humility. In Tibetan folk ethics, arrogance is quite sharply ridiculed. Misers and braggarts always get their comeuppance, while the humble, compassionate protagonist, even if weak or disadvantaged, finds allies or ingenious solutions to solve problems. And the tales also reinforce a Buddhist-influenced moral outlook, the idea that doing good brings good, and doing evil leads to one's downfall. However, it's not delivered like a sermon, but rather as a narrative truth. The listener infers the karmic lesson by seeing it play out in real time. What comes to mind when you think of the history of Tibet? Perhaps you envision an idyllic mountain realm of monasteries and monks, a Shangri-La of spirituality and peace. Yet behind that romanticized image is a far more complex and frankly darker social reality. For centuries, traditional Tibetan society was built on a rigid hierarchy in which the vast majority of people lived as serfs or bound laborers under powerful lords in monasteries. In essence, old Tibet was far from a paradise. It was a land of feudal theocracy, where a small elite controlled all the land and wealth, and where ordinary Tibetans bore the heavy burdens of servitude, a life effectively in chains. This history of slavery and serfdom in Tibet is a story of contrast and paradox. It's a tale of a devoutly Buddhist society that preached compassion, yet tolerated a social order that kept many in hereditary bondage. And it's also a tale of abrupt transformation, how in the mid-20th century this age-old system was shattered by outside forces amid claims of liberation, another complicated aspect to the epilogue of the story. So today, we are going to journey through this contested history, from Tibet's feudal past through to the dramatic reforms of the 1950s, and we'll talk about the truths, the myths, the controversies surrounding slavery in Tibet. And don't worry, we'll give both sides equal time to talk about those. But before I start the video today, I'd like to welcome you to the channel. It's good to have you here if you're new, and if you're yet to click that subscribe button, I encourage you to do so. Like the video, leave a comment. It really helps in the algorithm. Now, this video will be completely uninterrupted for your enjoyment all the way through. Now, that is because of the generous contributions on Patreon, YouTube members, donations to the PayPal and Super Thanks on YouTube, and also those who checked out the merch store. Thank you very much. If you want to find those relevant links, you can have a look in the pinned comment, video description, or channel description. You'll get to where you need to go if you want to go there. Now, with all that being said, welcome's out of the way. Let's begin. Now, to understand slavery, or more accurately, serfdom in Tibet, we have to picture the structure of Tibetan society as existed for hundreds of years up to the mid-20th century. Traditional Tibet was essentially a feudal theocracy. And what does that mean? It means that both political and spiritual authority were intertwined, and land was controlled by two powerful groups, that is, the noble aristocracy and the Buddhist monasteries. From at least the 17th century onwards, especially after 1642 when the Dalai Lama's government was established, Tibet was ruled by a clerical elite centered in Lhasa. The Dalai Lama himself was the supreme authority, a spiritual leader who also governed the state. Below him, a small number of aristocratic families, perhaps only a few hundred families in total, and large monastery institutions owned most of the land and pretty much all the resources. These were Tibet's lords. Some were secular nobles with hereditary titles. Others were high lamas or monastic officials, and they wielded immense power over the common people. The majority of Tibetans in that era were peasants bound to the land, variously referred to as mi ser in Tibetan, literally common people, a term which has been translated into serfs, essentially. They worked on the estates of the nobles and monasteries and paid heavy taxes and labor dues. And by most accounts, roughly 90% or more of Tibet's population lived under this serfdom system, essentially peasants tied by birth to serving a particular lord or estate. Only a small slice of the population, such as about 5% of families who were nobility, and perhaps an additional few percent who were high-ranking lamas, officials, or wealthy traders, were free from these obligations. At the bottom of the social pyramid were also a minority of outcasts known as Ragyapa, who did most of the undesirable work: blacksmithing, butchery, garbage work, that kind of thing, and were treated as untouchables in this stratified society. So in short, the Tibet that Western travelers romanticize as a mystical Buddhist utopia in reality had a caste-like hierarchy, with a privileged elite and an impoverished underclass which were bound in servitude. But what did it mean to be a serf in old Tibet? Because we know this word from the European context and all of that, and of course while the term serf is borrowed from European history, it captures key aspects of the Tibetan case. But the Tibetan serf system is a little bit different. See, serfs were hereditarily bound to their lord's estate. A family that tilled a plot of land under a lord could not freely leave or permanently migrate elsewhere without permission. They were not chattel slaves to be bought and sold on a whim. In theory, Tibetan serfs had certain customary rights and owned some personal property, but their lives were decidedly unfree. Each serf household owed taxes in kind: barley, butter, livestock, other produce, and had to perform corvée labor for their lord. This labor could include working in the lord's fields, building roads, transporting goods, or domestic service in the lord's manor. The requirements were often onerous. Many serfs had to spend weeks or months each year doing labor for the monastery or noble estate, in addition to tilling their own small plot to feed their family. Hard work. Now, if a serf failed to meet these obligations or attempted to flee, they faced severe punishments under the law of the land. Now, it is important to note that traditional Tibetan serfdom was also theocratic in nature. The largest landowners were not only secular nobles, but also the great monasteries and incarnate lamas. By the mid-20th century, monasteries like Drepung, Ganden, Sera, and others each controlled huge estates with tens of thousands of serfs. Devout peasants might faithfully deliver a share of their harvest to support monks and believe the religious elite deserved these offerings. Yet from a social perspective, the monasteries acted much like feudal landlords. High lamas could be, in effect, feudal lords in robes. This blend of religion and feudalism sets Tibet apart from, say, medieval Europe, where the church and nobility were separate estates. In Tibet, they were often one and the same. This ideology of karma also reinforced the social order. Many Tibetans believed one's position in this life, whether wealthy lord or poor serf, was a result of one's past life merit. As one observer noted, in old Tibet, the rich felt very little guilt about sitting on the necks of the poor, and the poor were taught to accept their lot patiently as the karmic order. Compassion was preached in theory, but in practice inequality was seen as just the natural way of the world. And so within this system, there were several categories of unfree people. Most common were the tralpa, or tax-paying serfs, who were attached to an estate but typically had the right to farm a small piece of land for themselves in return for heavy taxes and labor duty. They could not sell or relinquish their land without approval, and their children inherited the same obligations. Born, live, and die. A slave, basically. Now other serfs, often called duchung, that is small householders, had no land of their own and lived directly on their lord's household or on their lord's property, completely dependent on the lord's provisions. These individuals were more akin to household servants or slaves, often working as stable hands, servants, or artisans at behest of the lord. There even existed a class of nangzan, literally household slaves in a few estates. These were people whose ancestors had been owned outright by the estate holders, a form of slavery that predated the later arrangement of serfdom. But by the 20th century, true chattel slavery, in which people were bought and sold like property, was reportedly rare in central Tibet. One British colonial officer in the 1920s observed that, quote, slavery is not common in Tibet compared to some neighboring regions. Nevertheless, a small number of Nangzan slaves were still present in certain manners even up to the 1950s, representing a vestigial form of bondage where humans were treated as transferable property of a lord's household. In one documented case, as late as 1943, a nobleman named Trimon Norbu Wangyal sold 100 of his serfs to a monastery official, essentially trading human lives as you might sell goats or cows. Well, this transaction was recorded in the Tibetan archives. It shows how an estate owner's power over, quote, his people could extend to outright buying and selling. Now, if that's not slavery, I don't know what is. So for the serfs and slaves of old Tibet, daily life was defined by obligation to the lord, and that could often be quite harsh. A typical family of serfs lived in a small farmhouse or shack on the land that they cultivated, barely managing to subsist on what remained after they turned over the prescribed share of grain and butter to the estate. Corvée labor was a particularly dreaded burden. Lords could demand that serfs transport goods long distances, spend weeks building a road or a manor wall, or attend to the lord's herds at a moment's notice. Families had to balance this unpaid labor with the struggle to work in their own fields and survive the brutal winters of the Tibetan plateau. And believe me, they are brutal. Hunger and poverty were commonplace. As the feudal dues were kept many households on the edge of subsistence. And it has been noted that Tibet's society was extremely poor and subsistence-based, so even without malicious intent, this system left the lower classes chronically vulnerable to exploitation. Beyond economic exploitation, the serfs were also subject to their masters' legal authority and whims. In old Tibet, landowners possessed a great judicial and punitive power over the people beneath them. Local lords, including the big monasteries, administered most day-to-day justice, since the central court system was minimal. This meant a lord could punish a serf for disobedience or delinquency as he saw fit, punishments that could be shockingly severe. The routine one was flogging for serious infractions. Physical mutilation was historically used as well. Thieves might have a hand amputated. Debtors could be chained, put in stocks. Foreigners who traveled to Tibet before the 1950s recorded some gruesome scenes. Robert W. Ford, a British radio operator who lived in eastern Tibet in the 40s, recalled seeing a man who had all been deprived of an arm or a leg for theft, the stumps crudely cauterized if at all, penal amputations carried out without antiseptics or sterile dressings. He described these sights to underscore that, whatever its spiritual renown, quote, Old Tibet was definitely not Shangri-La, end quote. Similarly, Sir Charles Bell, a British diplomat in Lhasa during the 20s, wrote that a Tibetan landlord could have his tenant beaten as severely as he wished, short of killing him outright, and could even place the serf in wooden stocks or iron fetters for long periods. The only check on the brutality was the traditional legal code, which politely urged moderation, advising that local lords not take things too far. In effect, however, the serfs had very little legal protection. They had no political voice and no ability to seek justice outside the feudal hierarchy, except in some cases by appealing to higher lords or the Dalai Lama's courts in Lhasa. But that is a long and uncertain road. Now I will remind you again that all of this is happening within the 20th century. This is not the medieval times, not even early modern times, but well and truly into the 20th century. Well, despite these oppressive features, it would still be pretty oversimplified to portray every aspect of Tibetan serfdom as unrelentingly horrific. The system was buttressed by a long-standing custom, and there were understood obligations on the part of lords as well. Many lords, secular and monastic alike, saw themselves as paternal figures to their serfs. They were expected to provide some security in lean times, to administer charity on religious holidays, and not to wantonly kill or mistreat their dependents. Social relationships could be personal and complex. In some estates, a form of mutual dependence is said to exist. The serfs provided labor and allegiance, while the lord provided stewardship and protection. A traditional saying is that, quote, the head of the family and the people drink from the same stream, implying a kind of community bond, or at least dressing up a poor system in its finest clothes, I suppose. To the extent that serfs believed in the spiritual authority of their masters, especially incarnate lamas, loyalty could even be willingly given. There were reported instances where serfs professed affection or respect for a benevolent master who treated them well. Indeed, foreign visitors noted that some serfs appeared cheerful or deeply religious, finding meaning in their faith while enduring hardship. And I suppose you have to remember, too, that serfdom was the norm of life that they knew. Few could imagine a radically different social order. Well, that being said, you shouldn't romanticize it. Even if certain enlightened lords were kind, the structure of society left serfs with no freedom of movement or economic opportunity beyond what their birth afforded to them. Ambition was stifled. A bright commoner's best hope might be to join a monastery. Becoming a monk was perhaps one of the escape routes from serf status for some boys, or to seek patronage as a servant in a noble household. Social mobility was pretty minimal, but a handful of serfs did manage to improve their lot. For example, through trade or craft, some became relatively prosperous, or even lent money to poorer neighbors, but they remained legally under a lord's domain. In principle, a serf family could also lease themselves temporarily away from their estate by paying a fee to the lord, a practice scholars call the human lease. Well, in such cases, a serf who could afford it might buy the right to live and work elsewhere for a year or more, essentially renting out some personal freedom. Well, this indicates that the practice of serfdom in Tibet had variations. It was not entirely static, not entirely uniform. But nevertheless, the fact that a person had to pay his master for the privilege to move or avoid labor duty shows how constraining the system was. Once again, a very ugly system dressed up in its finest. Concrete examples from historical records drive home the reality of this. We've already mentioned the sale of 100 serfs in 1943, an extreme but revealing case. And another infamous example often cited is a punitive mutilation case in 1924. In that incident, local officials ordered the eye gouging of a man as a punishment, a grotesque measure out of a medieval playbook. You weren't finding stuff like that in other parts of the world at that time, that's for sure. It's said that this punishment was so rare by then that the officials actually had to consult old texts to figure out how to carry it out, and nobody alive had practical experience with it. When the central government in Lhasa, led by the Dalai Lama, learned of this brutality, the officials responsible were themselves punished, because by the early 20th century, even Tibet's Dalai Lama and rulers recognized cruelty like that as excessive. In fact, the 13th Dalai Lama, who ruled Tibet in the first half of the 20th century, had formally banned capital punishment and torture in 1913, issuing edicts to end practices like mutilation. Well, this suggests that Tibet was taking slow steps towards moderating the worst abuses, at least under more progressive leadership. However, as the 1924 case shows, in remote areas, old habits died hard, and enforcement of reform was spotty. The overall picture is that while not every lord was a tyrant, not every serf lived in misery, systematic inequality and instances of severe abuses were inherent in the Tibetan social system. The majority of Tibetans had zero say in their governments, and their labor and obedience were extracted by tradition backed with force. The spiritual underpinnings of society did not prevent earthly exploitation, but rather they were used to bolster it. Well, by the early 20th century, Tibet was one of the few remaining societies in the world still largely untouched by modern concepts of equality or democracy. However, signs of change, or at least the desire for change, began to appear from within Tibet, well before Communist China arrived on the scene. Facing the winds of a new century, some Tibetan leaders realized that their nation's archaic system needed reform. The 13th Dalai Lama, Thubten Gyatso in particular, tried to modernize Tibet during his reign, which spanned from roughly 1895 to 1933. This Dalai Lama had the experience of the intrusion of British forces in 1904 and the subsequent threat of Qing Chinese domination. These crises convinced him that Tibet must strengthen and update itself. He introduced a number of reforms, reorganizing and enlarging the small Tibetan army, attempting to streamline the administration and curbing some abuses by officials and monasteries. As mentioned, he outlawed brutal corporal punishments like mutilation and the death penalty in 1913, reflecting a modernizing vision of justice. And in a notable social gesture, the 13th Dalai Lama also declared an amnesty for runaway serfs in 1913, effectively forgiving those serfs who had fled their masters and allowing them to settle as free farmers on whatever land they would be cultivating. He decreed that any unclaimed land tilled by escaped serfs would become theirs, a policy aimed at undercutting the power of serf owners and rewarding enterprise. And this is a remarkable edict. It shows a top-down attempt to alleviate serfdom by encouraging a transition to small, independent farming. Yet, despite such progressive impulses, the feudal structure proved to be deeply resilient. The Dalai Lama's reforms were limited and met plenty of resistance. Powerful nobles and lamas had no interest in relinquishing their privileges, and the Dalai Lama, for all of his spiritual authority, often had to rule by consensus with those elites. In the decades after his death in 1933, Tibet's government largely stagnated under regents and conservative advisors who rolled back or slow-walked reforms. The young 14th Dalai Lama, Tenzin Gyatso, assumed full power in the 1950s as a teenager, just as new storms gathered around Tibet. Even in his shorter tenure of de facto rule before exile, the 14th Dalai Lama showed reformist inclinations. He was aware of his people's impoverishment and spoke of wanting to improve education, infrastructure, and, well, the lot of the ordinary person. In the mid-1950s, while still in Lhasa under the shadow of Chinese occupation, the Dalai Lama attempted some modest reforms. Notably, he reduced corvée taxes for poor peasants in certain areas and started Tibet's first secular schools. He even implemented land rent reduction on estates directly administered by his own office. These measures were small, experimental steps, pilot projects towards reforming serfdom. But by all accounts, the young Dalai Lama faced a delicate balancing act. If he pushed reform too hard and fast, he risked enraging the entrenched nobility and monastic hierarchs who formed his government's backbone. Ironically, even the Chinese authorities, who were then working with the Dalai Lama under a policy of gradualism, cautioned him against being too aggressive, fearing it would spark rebellion among the Tibetan aristocracy and clergy. You see, Beijing's official line in the early 50s was that Tibet was not ready for socialist reform and would have to change at its own pace. The promise made in the 1951 agreement when China first took control of Tibet. Thus, the Dalai Lama was encouraged by the Chinese to postpone land reforms, and he did so, waiting for a more opportune moment. You can't just click your fingers and remove a system like that. The last thing that the Communist Party wanted was blood on the streets. Well, despite all these constraints, there was a growing recognition among educated Tibetans by the mid-century that the old feudal order had to evolve. A few lay officials and moderate monks in Lhasa supported the Dalai Lama's mild reform initiatives. In the eastern Tibetan regions, like Kham and Amdo, which had come under direct Chinese administration earlier, some progressive Tibetan cadres even collaborated with Chinese programs to end usury and relieve peasants' burdens in the 1950s. However, the majority of the aristocracy, the noble estate holders and high lamas, saw any talk of land reform or serf emancipation as a dire threat to their power and, well, the social fabric of Tibet in general. Now, this divide in Tibetan society between a forward-looking minority and a deeply traditional establishment set the stage for the conflict. The common serfs themselves, for the most part, were not openly agitating for revolution. Tibet had little in the way of grassroots peasant revolt in its history. Many in the peasantry were illiterate, isolated, and imbued with reverence for their masters, thus not politicized as a modern class. But if given hope of freedom, it's likely they would have welcomed change. As events would show, once the old bonds were broken in 1959, former serfs did embrace their own land and a chance to be free of their lords, albeit with a new government in charge. So, as of 1950, on the eve of the great upheaval, Tibet remained essentially what it had been for centuries, a feudal realm of lords and bonded peasants, albeit one where the first glimmers of reform had appeared, the last holdout in the world of a medieval system. But the tragedy Or perhaps the irony was that internal reform had not gone far enough or fast enough to spare Tibet from outside intervention. A society that could not fundamentally change itself would soon find change forced upon them. And that force came from the new revolutionary state to the east, the People's Republic of China. So the year is 1950, and the Chinese Communist Party turned its gaze to Tibet as the last unpaid debt of what it considered to be Chinese national unification. The People's Liberation Army marched into Tibetan areas that year, and by the following year compelled Tibetan delegates to sign the 17-point agreement for the peaceful liberation of Tibet. Under this 1951 agreement, Beijing promised to preserve Tibet's existing social system under the authority of the Dalai Lama, at least for the time being. In other words, in 1951, China did not immediately claim it was coming to free Tibet's serfs from bondage. Rather, the Chinese rationale was couched in terms of ending imperialist influence. They accused Tibetan elites of being manipulated by British or American imperialists and returning Tibet to the motherland. The communist leadership initially followed a cautious policy in central Tibet. They allowed the Dalai Lama's government to continue functioning and left the serfdom system essentially intact throughout the 50s. Now, it might seem surprising. One might expect communist revolutionaries to instantly abolish landlordism. But Mao Zedong and Zhou Enlai calculated that Tibet was too remote and its society too devout and traditional to upend overnight without triggering a massive resistance. So they held off on land reform in central Tibet, and even while they were simultaneously carrying out radical land redistribution and collectivization just east of Tibet, in Chinese provinces, and even in Tibetan ethnic regions of Sichuan and Qinghai, it was a paradoxical period. Tibet under the Dalai Lama continued as a feudal theocracy, but now under the shadow of a communist state that had pretty much everywhere else abolished any trace of feudalism. Nevertheless, tensions were rising. In the eastern Tibetan regions of Kham and Amdo, many of which were outside the Dalai Lama's administration and incorporated into Chinese provinces, communist officials did push reforms earlier, starting in the mid-1950s. They reduced rents and tried to take land from local chieftains. These policies, combined with the heavy-handed suppression of a bit of the local culture, provoked violent backlash. Tibetan rebellions broke out in 56 and 7. In these eastern regions, Khampa fighters, fiercely traditional and often on horseback, took up arms to resist the Chinese changes. This guerrilla resistance later received covert support from the American CIA, a development that we will explore soon. The uprisings in the east were a clear sign that many Tibetans, especially those loyal to the old order, would rather fight than allow the communist revolution to remake their lives. So by 1959, the instability had reached the heartland of Tibet. A revolt erupted in Lhasa, driven by rumors that the Chinese planned to kidnap or harm the Dalai Lama. In the March of that year, thousands of Tibetans surged around the Lama's palace to protect him, and soon open fighting broke out between Tibetan insurgents and the Chinese army. The Dalai Lama fled into exile in India amid the chaos, and the Chinese military crushed the Lhasa uprising. In the aftermath, Beijing effectively tore up the 1951 agreement and dissolved the Tibetan local government. With the Dalai Lama gone, and the old ruling class either in flight or lying dead on the ground, the communists finally implemented the reforms they had long deferred. So what followed was, from one perspective, the long-awaited liberation of Tibet's serfs, and from another perspective, a period of trauma and upheaval as an entire social system was dismantled by outsiders. China declared democratic reforms in Tibet in 1959. In practice, this meant the abrupt end of the nobles and monasteries' dominion. The communist work teams went village to village, organizing the poor peasants to denounce their former masters and the feudal system they were kept under. They held struggle sessions, where serfs were encouraged, or sometimes coerced, to speak out about the injustices they had suffered under feudalism, a cathartic and often violent process, reminiscent of what happened in China's own land reform. The estates of noble families were confiscated, monastic lands were seized by the state, serfdom and slavery were officially abolished. Tens of thousands of serfs were now told that they were free. They were no longer bound to any lord. Land was redistributed. Each peasant family typically got a piece of land, although some of the land that had already been farming for their masters was now given to them outright, so it wasn't a big transition. The Chinese authorities later boasted that 1 million serfs and slaves in Tibet were now emancipated in this period, and indeed, former serfs recalled the bewildering excitement of receiving ownership documents for land, or of no longer having to deliver half their grain to the manor. You can certainly imagine it would be quite a relief. In addition, all of those old debts were cancelled. The enormous loans and interest that had kept many peasant families in perpetual bondage to lenders were wiped clean, and this was enforced by the new communist government. The new regime also outlawed any corporal punishment or extra legal authority by former lords. From 1959 on, only the communist law and police, and ultimately the party, could administer justice in Tibet. So a landlord beating a peasant now was a crime, when before it was just a norm. From a social revolutionary standpoint, these changes were staggering and achieved in an extremely short time. By the early 60s, the age of secular and clerical feudal lords in Tibet was all over. Many of the aristocrats, had fled to India with the Dalai Lama, and those who stayed were often imprisoned or sent to re-education camps. The large monasteries, which had been economic as well as spiritual centers, were emptied of their landed estates. And soon, during the Cultural Revolution a few years later, the monasteries themselves would be physically demolished or closed. A pretty tragic blow to Tibetan culture, but that's another part of the story. Rather a tale of mass psychosis, I suppose. But for the ordinary Tibetan peasant, one form of oppression, the localized, centuries-old oppression by landlord and lama, was lifted, only to be replaced by new pressures under the new government. You see, initially, many ex-serfs were grateful simply to have rights to the land and not to fear the estate's steward's whip. There are accounts of poor Tibetans displaying obvious relief and even joy at the changes around 59 to 60. They were finally free to marry whom they chose. Previously, a serf often needed the lord's consent to marry or risk having spouses separated if they belonged on different estates. They could travel without a permit. They could keep the full yield of their labor, aside from a few new taxes to the state, which were generally lighter than the old corvée by a great margin. And in a symbolic act, the Chinese authorities held public burnings of the old debt contracts and feudal title deeds, proclaiming a new era of equality. But it's not that simple. This liberation came at a tremendous human cost and coercion. You see, Tibet in the early 60s was under military occupation, and resistance was met with brutal force. Thousands of Tibetans, especially former officials and monks who resisted, were killed or jailed during the crackdown. Entire families of the old elite were impoverished or persecuted. And while serfdom was gone, the new regime imposed collectivization policies that required peasants to join collective farms or communes, effectively meaning that after a brief taste of private land ownership, they were organized into state-controlled farming units. Food production initially improved somewhat with the end of the exploitative tithe system, but then Tibet, like China, was swept up in that disastrous Great Leap Forward of the early 60s. This radical campaign caused economic chaos and famine across China. Tibet was not spared. Grain requisitions by the state and agricultural upheaval led to food shortages in Tibet as well. Former serfs, who thought their lives would be immediately improved, sometimes found themselves going hungry, now under new leaders. Additionally, the violent radicalism of the Cultural Revolution between 1966 and 76 brought in forced atheism, the destruction of religious sites, and harsh labor for many Tibetans. So, the 1960s were by no means a happy time in Tibet. Despite the end of old serfdom, one might say that one oppressive system was exchanged for another. The drudgery and hierarchy of feudalism gave way to this regimentation and the ideology of a communist revolution that had little tolerance for dissent. But the difference was, this was a short-term thing. It's certainly worth noting that after the extremes of the late Mao era, Chinese policy in Tibet moderated. In the 80s and beyond, economic reforms and some cultural leniency allowed improvements in living standards. Many former serfs and their descendants in Tibet today will acknowledge that their material life is better now than what their grandparents had under that serf system. The Chinese government continually points to roads, hospitals, and schools built in Tibet as proof of the progress. And indeed, the feudal order that kept people illiterate and tied to the land could not have provided these modern amenities. Yet, alongside these improvements came with that loss of political freedom and cultural autonomy which Tibetans dearly prize. But the thing is, they only ever had that for about a tiny percentage of the population. So when they say the freedom that Tibetans prize, they mean the freedom that the aristocracy prized. So it's kind of a bittersweet legacy. It's fiercely debated. Was it a liberation or an annexation? Well, the answer is probably both. It depends on which aspect you consider. It was the liberation of a class of people from effective slavery, but it was achieved through the annexation of a country and subjugation of a nation's independence. So, you give a little, you get a little, I suppose. Well, let's talk about both of those sides. Because in the decades since this has happened, there's been a war of narratives, especially concerning the old social system and the changes after the 1950s. And while I have my own opinions, which might bleed through a little bit, we have to tread carefully and critically here. Because both the Chinese government and the Tibetan exile community have often exaggerated or selectively presented facts to serve political ends. The subject of slavery in Tibet has become quite a political weapon, I suppose. So let's examine the main viewpoints. First of all, the Chinese government narrative highlights Tibet's pre-1959 society as one of an unrelenting feudal nightmare. Beijing official publications describe old Tibet as basically hell on earth for normal people, painting lurid pictures of landlords slicing off peasants' noses and lamas consigning child slaves to endless toil. Chinese historians stress that 95% of Tibetans were serfs or slaves brutally oppressed by the 5% of nobles and clergy. They often cite the existence of debt slavery, cruel taxes, and punishments to justify that China's intervention was necessary on a moral level. And in this narrative, the Chinese Communist Party is certainly the hero that peacefully liberated Tibetans from a backward and medieval system, ushering in human rights for the first time in Tibetan history. And indeed, since 2009, the PRC has even celebrated Serfs' Emancipation Day on March 28th to commemorate the abolition of serfdom in 1959. Well, I mean, that's certainly something worth celebrating, an Emancipation Day, but it is a pretty clear effort to legitimize Chinese rule to a historical moral claim. And there is a truth in the Chinese description of old Tibet's inequities, as we have detailed. They're just historical facts. Serfdom and harsh treatment did exist. Tibet was not a nice place to be, and it got a hell of a lot better once the Chinese intervened. But the Chinese narrative is also carrying its own biases. It tends to ignore any positive aspects of traditional Tibetan culture or the reform efforts that Tibetan leaders make. Do remember that, yes, while the 40s and 50s were certainly not good times, there were people within Tibet trying to do their best to bring Tibet out of its old ways. You know, it also conveniently forgets that China itself didn't initially invade Tibet to free serfs. That humanitarian rationale was retroactively emphasized. In fact, the Chinese rhetoric about liberating the serfs really became prominent only after the 1959 uprising, when Beijing needed to win domestic and international support by portraying its crackdown as more progressive. During the initial invasion of 50 to 51, Chinese propaganda spoke more about expelling imperialists and unifying the motherland, not much about freeing slaves, though for them expelling the imperialists, unifying the motherland, it kind of all comes in the same bag, really. The heavy focus on serfdom would come later, especially in response to the worldwide sympathy for the exiled Dalai Lama. You know, that one guy, kiss my tongue. Ugh. Was it suck my tongue that he said? I don't know if you've seen the video. Certainly lost him a lot of respect, that one, didn't it? In any case, we're not going to go there. Well, it was a way to undermine the Dalai Lama's moral authority by casting him as the former head of a slave-owning regime. Moreover, the Chinese accounts almost never acknowledge the suffering inflicted by China's own policies. For example, the famine and political purges of the 60s, which is rather convenient they don't mention them. They prefer to cherry-pick and idealize a demonized past, which certainly is a one-sided equation. Now, on the other hand, the Tibetan exile and pro-independence narrative often downplays the worst aspects of old Tibet and highlights the atrocities of Chinese rule. The Dalai Lama himself has openly acknowledged that the old system was unjust, and he has called the relationship between landlord and serf in Tibet a form of serfdom, but argues it was milder than the Chinese version of serfdom, and that the poor in Tibet fared better than the poor under Chinese warlords. Which is a brave argument, I suppose. Tibetan exiles emphasized that by the mid-20th century the Tibetan government was already moving towards a reform, and given time the Tibetans could have just modernized on their own without violent intervention. They point out that no nation has the right to invade another to enforce social change. And from this exile perspective, whatever problems old Tibet had did not justify the immense destruction and repression that befell Tibet after 1950. They also question the Chinese betrayal by noting that many claims of extreme cruelty are exaggerated or unrepresentative. For instance, exile scholars and Western sympathizers often note that serious punishments like eye gouging had been legally banned by the Dalai Lama long ago, and was virtually unheard of in later years. That 1924 case is cited as an aberration. They also argue that many serfs had avenues to improve their condition, or that communal ties soften class oppression, essentially suggesting that Tibet's serfdom wasn't as systematically savage as the Chinese accounts make it. Some prefer to call the common people subjects or peasants rather than serfs to avoid the pejorative connotations. And indeed, there is lively academic debate over the term serf. Critics say it's a Marxist lens imposed on Tibet, whereas defenders like the scholar Melvin Goldstein say it's an accurate depiction of hereditary bondage in any case. Well, regardless of the terminology, the exile narrative stresses that Tibet's social ills were being addressed gradually by Tibetans themselves, and that the efforts were cut short by China's invasion and assimilation policies. But the exile side, they also have their own vested interests and biases. Many leading voices in the Tibetan diaspora come from the old aristocracy or high monastic circles. Understandably, they have pride in their own heritage and might be reluctant to fully acknowledge their ancestors' system had grievous and barbaric flaws. There's a tendency in some pro-Tibet literature to nostalgically portray old Tibet as harmonious and spiritually rich, glossing over the fact that a large segment of the population lived in grinding and enforced poverty. Furthermore, during the Cold War, the Tibetan exiles received significant backing from the United States via the CIA and others who were eager to embarrass communist China. This support influenced how Tibet's story was told internationally. For example, in the 1960s, the CIA funded a secret program to aid Tibetan guerrillas fighting the Chinese. They also provided an annual subsidy on the order of $180,000 a year directly to the Dalai Lama's office in exile. Now, this doesn't mean that the Dalai Lama was a complete puppet, but there are certainly strings. It does mean that the Tibet cause was entangled in geopolitical interests, and people don't give out money without expecting something in return. Now, Western media during the Cold War often uncritically adopted the image of the Dalai Lama as a noble and unblemished victim, and Tibet as this long-lost paradise of Shangri-La. It was inconvenient in that narrative to acknowledge the pre-1950 Tibet had major human rights issues of its own, and, well, most of them had disappeared under the new rule, at least after the Great Leap Forward and Cultural Revolution had gotten out of the way. Thus, until more recent decades, relatively little popular attention was given to the plight of Tibet's serfs under the Dalai Lamas. Instead, focus was on the plight of all Tibetans under communism, this CIA-sponsored Free Tibet movement. Well, let's try and remain neutral. We have to try and cut through these competing exaggerations. Now, most would agree that yes, Tibet was a feudal serf society before 1959, and that is a reality that cannot be sugar-coated. But you've also got to realize that Tibet was not uniquely evil in this. Its social structure was comparable to many traditional societies in Asia before modern reforms. For instance, China itself had a landlord-tenant system and even quasi-serfdom in some regions into the 20th century. Many Himalayan kingdoms and even European countries had serfdom in earlier times. Sure, but by the mid-20th century, the problem is Tibet's retention of serfdom. This retention was anachronistic. Sure, but it wasn't a wanton hellscape of torture at every turn, as propaganda might imply. Anthropological studies, using interviews with earlier elderly Tibetans, have revealed a picture where some serfs recall harsh treatment and humiliation, but others look upon the old days a little bit more favorably, emphasizing their community bonds or perhaps a kind patron. In any case, both realities coexisted, and we can't just throw one in the dustbin to serve some kind of political narrative. Crucially, historians note that after Tibet's incorporation into the People's Republic, both sides in the conflict started to mythologize history. The Chinese regime needed to justify its rule, so it fostered the narrative of that liberation from slavery, going so far as to publish books of former serfs testifying how grateful they were, or staging exhibits of torture instruments allegedly found in monasteries. Now, on the other side, Tibetan exiles, to bolster their claim for sympathy and support, often highlight the devastation of Chinese rule, while maintaining dignified silence or vagueness about the old class system. And they're also quite silent upon the child abuse within the Tibetan monasteries. You think the Catholic Church is bad? Well, it wasn't the only one. Perhaps a video for another time. It's only in recent years that exile writers become more frank in admitting that yes, the old system was flawed and unjust, but they didn't deserve foreign invasion. This is mainly what they say. The Dalai Lama himself in his later writings acknowledges that, quote, the old feudal system was exploitative and outdated, and that one of his regrets was not being able to enact reform before exile. He has even thanked the Chinese in a way for awakening Tibet to the need for change, while of course condemning the brutality of the methods. So it's a bit of a juxtaposition of narratives, but you have to acknowledge the Cold War context too. The Tibetan struggle for peace became a kind of a piece on the Cold War chessboard, I suppose. The CIA's involvement, training Tibetan fighters in Colorado, nonetheless, airdropping weapons into Tibet in the 1950s, funding the Dalai Lama's exile administration in the 60s, was driven by the US aim and propaganda efforts to smear and destabilize communist China. And this meant that a lot of information about Tibet was filtered through intelligence efforts, getting sympathy on the home front and abroad. For example, in the 50s and 60s, many sympathetic Western journalists and academics learned about Tibet via channels tied to the exile movement and its sponsors, which naturally emphasized Chinese atrocities and skirted around awkward questions of Tibet's former social inequality. Meanwhile, communist bloc writers towed Beijing's line, focusing solely on the evils of the old society, and never on the sufferings post-1959. And so we see how Tibet has kind of been the meat in the sandwich, used as a propaganda tool by both East and West. The Chinese had their own vested interest, to claim a moral high ground in Tibet and deflect calls for self-determination, and the exiles and their supporters had their own interest to win international support by presenting Tibet as a noble and poor victim, an unjustly crushed people. But, for us seeking truth, it's important to recognize these interests and read between the lines. In any case, maybe you want to find out the truth for yourself. So how about you get on a plane? Ignore all the CIA propaganda, ignore all the propaganda from the other side. Just go and see it for yourself. Tibet's lovely. Lhasa is beautiful. Potala Palace is fantastic. It's even on the Chinese currency. Hey, they've even got Tibetan script on the Chinese currency, along with, I think there's 4 scripts on it. How many scripts? Let me have a look. How many scripts are on it? Let's take a look. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We have 5 scripts on Chinese currency. Yes, I've just got some sitting there. The desk is a little messy, okay. Well, you'll find Tibetan on there as well. But, yeah, do go and have a look at Tibet. It's best if you go on a tour. There's a lot of driving and it's quite high elevation. Hey guys, thank you for joining me today. Perhaps a video a little bit on the political side. We don't want to go too much into politics, but you can't really ignore politics when you're talking about this kind of issue. In any case, thank you for seeing both sides of it. Let me thank my top-tier patrons and supporters. Kimberly, Christine, Sally, Ember, Susan, Cameron, Kerry, Charlene, Lynn, Therese, Katiana, Nicholas, Ulfidnir, Alexander, Charles, Christine, Dr. Neuro Nerd, Erin, Jaden, Jim, Jeffrey, Jessica, Madeline, Melissa, Orthodox Review, Scott, Shell, Wendy, Josie, Sarah, Ryan, Thor, Cameron, Stefan, Kevin, HMSHH, Crystal, Dalbury, Anthony, Lucy, Brandon, Gugu Bubonic, Nicholas, Craig, Neftis, Alexander, Gokhan, Dorsey, Vanita, Claire, Courtesy, Carol, Robert, Mary, Bridget, Nefertari, Yvette, Miss Mochi, 11, Allison, Free American. I bet he's CIA funded. Probably not. Well, Jennifer, Brittany, David, Cody, Brian, Are You My Mum, Rhonda, and Gary. Thank you so much. All right, well, leave your thoughts in the comments. Let's have a very civil conversation. Good night, everyone. Lots of love to you all. Oh, my food is here. Good night. Bye-bye.